Chapter 390. With Klein's explanation and consolation, Alan felt a lot more at ease. He planned on observing him for a few more days to see if he would have similar nightmares again. After sending the famous surgeon out the door with a smile, Klein's expression suddenly turned solemn, as though he was thinking about something. There was nothing wrong with his interpretation of the dream. The pitch-black tower, the obstructive walls and door, as well as the giant silver snake, did indeed symbolize Will Osseptin's situation of being threatened by something. It symbolized the child's fear and helplessness as he attempted to hide behind layers of protection. But the crux of the problem was that this was most likely not a revelation that Dr. Allen's spirituality had received on its own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until last night to find the paper crane before having such a dream. Long before Will Osseptin was discharged from the hospital, when his spirituality had unconsciously sensed something strange, there should have been such a development. Therefore, Klein suspected that this dream was instilled into Dr. Allen by someone else, and the medium was the paper crane. Klein activated his spirit vision to carefully observe the artifact, but he didn't discover any spiritual luster. However, his spiritual perception and intuition told him that there was something magical about the paper crane. Perhaps it involved the most ethereal, most difficult to grasp, and most worthy of respect. That child named Will Osseptin isn't simple. From the looks of it, the magical thing isn't the tarot cards, but him. The giant silver snake is a symbol of danger, and this matter is related to bad luck, and other factors. Could it represent the snake of Mercury, the sequence one of the monster pathway, the snake of Mercury? Klein's thoughts wandered, but he was unable to confirm anything. He began analyzing the problem of how the dream was instilled. With Klein's present attainments in mysticism, this wasn't something too complicated or incomprehensible. He quickly came up with an idea. First, I can eliminate the influence of wraiths and specters. That would cause Dr. Allen's aura to be dyed with varying shades of blackish-green, and I didn't notice any signs of that just now. There are roughly 2 ways to ensure that the dream's owner doesn't experience any abnormalities. One is to use a beyonder power similar to a nightmare. Like Captain, I can rely on guidance to achieve my goal. Furthermore, I can't participate too deeply, or else I'll also leave behind traces. The second method is even more ingenious and high-end. The principle behind the dream is that when an astral projection roams the spirit world, it will allow certain details that it would normally unconsciously notice to transform into a symbolic revelation under external stimulation. Or, it can directly obtain revelations that are related to itself from the external world. Then, it can be told to the soul body or the spirit body. And as the owner is in a sleeping state, it will appear in the form of a dream. Therefore, the second method is to instill it in the spirit world. First, use some mystical means to create the revelation that you need. Then, naturally let the target's astral projection obtain it while roaming the spirit world and feedback it back. That way, the target will be able to dream of the scene that others want them to dream of, and there won't be any traces of it. That's something I can't do at the moment. Even in my spirit body state, I can't stir some of the powers above the gray fog. Klein paused for a moment and added another possible guess. Dr. Allen had been hinted to by someone through the paper crane. Once he found it, he would have the corresponding dream. This is easy to confirm. As long as I use mediumship on Dr. Allen, I should be able to find the corresponding traces. However, would it be too unfriendly to use mediumship on him? Or borrow the nightmare candle from Father Yutravsky? That's not right. The one who recognized me was that vampire, the avid puppet lover, Emlyn White, not the muscular, giant-like Father Yutravsky. Klein reined in his thoughts and considered what he should do next. He decided to wait above the gray fog to divine the level of danger. If it was acceptable, he would sneak into Dr. Allen's house tonight and use the dream charm to secretly observe. He wanted to see if the source of the dream was a direct guidance or an indirect fabrication. However, with Klein's strength and level, it would be rather difficult to find traces of the latter. Even he didn't have much confidence. This didn't mean that by sitting beside Dr. Allen and entering cogitation, his astral projection would be able to roam the same spirit world as him. This required sufficient positioning. According to the description in the Book of Secrets, the existence of the spirit world was rather magical. It completely overlapped with the real world, so everyone could obtain revelations from the spirit world at any time. However, the spirit world didn't have any distinction between up and down. The past, future, and present could all converge here. It was like a strange ocean formed from countless knowledge, information, and illusory spirits. It was completely different from the normal concept and logic of the world. It was precisely because of this that the revelations obtained from the spirit world could only be various symbols and not direct answers. And it was precisely because of this that the part of the spirit world that every person's astral projection roamed was not only related to one's location and time, but also closely related to the current state of one's body and mind. Without a corresponding positioning method, it was impossible to lock onto and find a person's astral projection in the spirit world, even if one was right beside the person. And it was precisely because of this that the astral projection roamed the spirit world had its limit. It didn't dare to go too deep. Once it got lost and couldn't return to its body, its owner would become a demented person. In more serious cases, they would become a vegetable. And to enter the spirit world with one's body and use it as a springboard to complete the teleportation was even more difficult. If one wasn't careful, they would get lost and never return to the real world until they rotted to death. Phew! Klein exhaled and temporarily threw the problem to the back of his mind. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. He realized that he had been thinking for too long. His breakfast had turned cold, and reporter Mike still hadn't arrived. This meant that the commission would most likely be delayed by a day. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein finished the rest of the food and went above the gray fog to do a divination. He was surprised to receive a revelation that there was no danger at all. After doing all of this, it was already past the agreed time. Without any hesitation, he changed into a heavy jacket, put on a cap, took his vocabulary book, and left 15 Minsk Street. His original plan was to find an opportunity to give old Kohler some hints when he accompanied Mike Joseph to East Borough for an interview, so that he wouldn't mention his promise to help Liv find her daughter. As for Liv's family, old Kohler would be the one to remind them. And now that Mike had delayed the matter by a day, Klein was even more at ease. He no longer had to worry about any mistakes or accidents. Combined with the address that old Kohler had mentioned, Klein entered the depths of East Borough based on the revelation he received from his divination. Under the watchful, wary, numb, or greedy gazes, he found the room on the 3rd floor. There were 2 bunk beds here, and there were some tattered mattresses on the ground. Every empty space was filled with junk. Klein looked straight at the bottom bunk bed in the innermost room and shouted, "Old Kohler." With a whoosh, old Kohler sat up and leaned against the door in surprise. "You really came. After sending you that letter yesterday, I guessed that you would come looking for me today, so I didn't go to the dock and waited at home. All right, I don't have to think about how to come up with a lie to explain why I came here to look for you." Klein looked around and said, "Old Kohler, with your current income, you could have rented a better room and moved to a better place. Old Kohler, with your current income, you could have rented a better room and moved to a better place. Why did you only change from a mattress to a bunk bed?" "Most of that money was to help you gather information," old Kohler said with a smile. Old Kohler smiled. "Besides, I'm no longer young. I have to save up some money for when my body completely weakens in the future." Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. "You can consider buying some insurance, such as the Orphan Elderly Relief Insurance. It will allow you to receive a weekly sum of money that can at least fill your stomach and allow you to sleep in your room when you truly grow old. The insurance industry in this world had sprouted in the fourth epoch. After Roselle the Great's promotion, it was now relatively mature. It mainly had all kinds of insurance related to maritime trade, such as fire insurance, injury insurance, and pension insurance under different names. Overall, it was more concentrated on the rich and the middle class. I know that. When I was still a worker, I would pay 3 pence a week for insurance, but after that I lost my income. Old Kohler sighed. His biggest problem now was that his income was unstable. He didn't know when the informant fees from the detective would stop. Klein couldn't promise anything, so he pointed outside. He pointed outside and said, "Let's go to Liv's house and return the vocabulary book to that girl." After leaving the room, Klein casually mentioned, "What a joke. I just volunteered to help find Daisy the day before yesterday, but she was sent back by the police yesterday. Don't mention this in the future. I don't want to be laughed at." "All right." Old Kohler agreed first before saying, "No one will laugh at your kindness and kindness." After passing through the dirty streets, the two arrived at Liv's house. Klein saw that the girl who had just been rescued had begun ironing clothes that could burn him at any moment. He saw the clothes hanging out to dry, dripping with water, no different from before. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Daisy." After a while, he shouted, "Your vocabulary book." Daisy's eyes lit up, but it wasn't convenient for her to leave. She busied herself for a while before stopping. She came to the door and kept saying, "Thank you." When Liv and Freja put down their work and came over to express their gratitude, Klein repeated what he had just said to Old Kohler. After receiving a positive answer, he took out the 2-pound change he had prepared and handed it to Liv. "There will be a reporter coming to interview Daisy tomorrow. This is the reward he gave in advance, but don't mention it in front of him. Otherwise, a lot of things will be difficult to deal with. Maybe he will give you more tomorrow, but not this much." No, I'm willing to expose that scoundrel's evil deeds for free." Darcy shook her head fiercely. Klein laughed. "These are the rules. You can't break them, understand?" He turned to look at Liv. "Take it. You're right. Only if Daisy and Freja know more words and learn more things can you get out of your current situation." He was going to say a lot of things and suggest that Liv and her family move to the edge of the East End. After all, customers who could afford laundry didn't live in the East End, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He had originally planned to give the other party more help, but in the end, he restrained himself. There were more than a few thousand people like Liv's family in the East End. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. If a single person wanted to help them, even a big banker wouldn't be able to do much. And this was only the East End. There was still the entire Bakeland and the Kingdom of Rouen. "Thank you. Thank that reporter for me." Liv was silent for a moment before accepting the money. Klein didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry, as if there was a ghost hiding here that would devour his soul. After walking outside with Old Kohler, he looked back and suddenly exhaled. He whispered, "There's never been a savior." Chapter 391. "What?" Old Kohler asked, not hearing him clearly. Klein looked at the potholes in front of him and chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. "Nothing. I hope Liv's family can escape from their current situation and lead a better life." He had indeed expressed his feelings just now. As the successor of the foodie empire's new era, it was an extremely normal instinctive reaction to think of revolution, mobilizing the masses, and changing the world. However, on careful thought and analyzing the specific problems, he felt that it was impossible to rely on the poor to save themselves. This was because there were beyonder powers in this world, and some of them were rather strange. They couldn't be dealt with by guns, just like the Sequence 5 Wraith of the Mutant Pathway. This was one aspect, and the other aspect was that it was limited by the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and the availability of materials. Beyonder powers couldn't be popularized, and it was difficult to convert the advantage of numbers into effective combat strength. And even if it could be popularized, as long as the problem of losing control wasn't resolved, it would still bring about a disaster. If there weren't any high-sequence Beyonders, these problems could actually be resolved to a certain extent. However, in the real world, not only did it have demigods, but it also had all kinds of sealed artifacts that could make people die without even knowing how they died. Furthermore, deities were truly high and mighty. This way, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for the poor to use strikes and demonstrations to resist. However, once they picked up weapons and established an army, they would definitely encounter an irresistible counterattack. It wasn't impossible for large-scale natural disasters or large-scale psychological cues to appear. And the ones that could contend with official Beyonder organizations were mostly secret organizations. They often had evil attributes, and death might not be the most tragic outcome if one worked with them. Therefore, the most promising way to succeed on the path of revolution was to obtain the support of a particular church or a few churches. How many concessions can the vested interests make with just strikes and demonstrations? It'll be much easier to bribe them. However, the matter of the true creator nearly using the tragic situation of the poor to descend upon Bakeland seems to have stirred up the Church of the Goddess and the nobles who know about it. This can be seen from the investigation mission that reporter Mike accepted and the feedback from Miss Justice. Klein thought about the matters in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory district. In the end, he couldn't help but chuckle and sigh inwardly. No matter how I think about it, it's still best to use the threat of the evil god's descent to improve the situation of the poor. However, the evil gods are the existences that are most eager to absorb their flesh and blood and devour their souls. They are most likely to bring about a disaster that no one can escape from. What a wonderful irony! In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Because Dr. Escalante had other things to do, Audrey attended the second psychology class of the week in advance. Susie was even more excited than her. She rushed into the study early, and even left her favorite ball game aside. In this class, Audrey deliberately showed her curiosity. From time to time, she would ask Escalante about the psychological knowledge related to the mystical domain. At the end of the class, Escalante finally spoke after some deliberation. "Miss Audrey, we have organized a seminar on this topic. Many of our members are specialized in the field of psychology and mysticism. Are you interested in joining us?" "Of course." Audrey nodded without hesitation. She perfectly matched her character of an innocent and curious girl. Escalante smiled and said, "Remember to keep it a secret. Remember to keep it a secret. You know that your elders have a great prejudice against mysticism. I'll take you there next time." "No problem." Audrey gave an affirmative answer with slight excitement. After sending the waist-length Escalante out of the study, she closed the door and faced the mirror beside the bookcase. She was elegant and quiet for 2 seconds. Then, she lifted the hem of her skirt, took a step, and made a circling motion in a court dance. Then, she looked at herself in the mirror and smiled sweetly. "Audrey, you're amazing!" Audrey knew that she had taken the first step into psychological alchemy. Although the seminar was mostly just a peripheral circle, and there would definitely be many subsequent tests, it had indeed allowed her to open the door to psychological alchemy. And during this process, she didn't rely on external forces. She relied solely on her own observation and performance to perfectly fool Escalante's psychiatrist. Therefore, she was very proud. "That seminar sounds interesting." Susie came over and wagged her tail. "Audrey, can I join?" "Join?" Looking at her beloved dog with golden fur and round eyes, Audrey fell into deep thought. She gave a long, terse grunt. "Susie, not for the time being. Why, you're too conspicuous." At this point, She changed the topic and smiled faintly. But I can bring you with me. On Saturday night, Klein took the master key and his black cane and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. Without the latter, he reckoned he wouldn't be able to return today. He was going to find Dr. Allen, enter his dream, and figure out how the nightmare related to Will Ossepton came about. As for where Dr. Allen lived, he had already found out yesterday, 3 Boningham Road, Hillston Borough. By the time Klein arrived, it was already past 11. The surrounding streets were dim and gloomy and quiet. After tossing a coin and doing a divination, Klein passed through the iron fence outside and circled to the side. He used the master key to open an invisible passage in the wall and entered the already dark corridor. With his agile footsteps, he silently went up to the second floor and hid in an unoccupied guest room. After confirming that Dr. Allen and his wife were asleep, Klein passed through the wall and entered their bedroom. The first thing he did was to take out the slumber charm and chant the incantation to make Dr. Allen's wife fall into a true slumber. She wouldn't suddenly wake up and disturb his subsequent dreams of her husband. Following that, Klein sat on the chair in front of the dressing table, held the dream charm in his hand, and whispered a word in ancient Hermes. Crimson! Just as he said that, he felt the charm in his hand become light, as though it had become a weightless, illusory object. As his spirituality surged in, a transparent flame enveloped the charm, burning it with a deep and serene black color. Under Klein's will, the blackness spread out and enveloped Dr. Allen, as well as himself. Klein, who had quickly entered a cogitation state, saw the endless darkness and a lonely oval ball of light. His spirituality extended over and touched the illusory and hazy object. The world around him suddenly turned upside down and distorted. Without realizing it, Klein found himself in a barren plain. Beneath his feet were pitch-black stones, and there wasn't even a single weed. In the middle of the plain stood a black steeple, and coiled around it was a gigantic silver snake. Its head was already raised, and its bright red eyes were coldly staring in his direction. Unlike Dr. Allen's description, the silver snake didn't have any substantial scales. Instead, its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols. They formed wheels that were connected to each other, and around each wheel were different symbols. The wheels on the tail and head of the giant snake only had half of each. It looked rather uncoordinated, as though it could drive an obsessive-compulsive patient to death. However, Klein imagined that if the silver snake could bite its own tail, then the wheels would be complete. Everything would become perfect, no longer incomplete, and no longer have any changes. Beside Klein, Dr. Allen looked ahead with a blank gaze as he approached the pitch-black steeple step by step. It can be confirmed that no one is guiding Dr. Allen. Eliminate the beyonder powers of a nightmare. Klein quickly made a judgment. He didn't stop Dr. Allen and followed behind him, walking towards the pitch-black steeple towards the silver snake. The two of them had only taken a few steps when their target was already in front of them. The silver snake lowered its upper body, as though it was pondering how to enjoy the dessert that was delivered to its mouth. It opened its mouth wide, but there was no fishy smell. Its red eyes were cold and emotionless. It looked at everything as though it was its prey, but it didn't have any killing or cruelty. In front of it, everything seemed insignificant, and they were equal because of their insignificance. The giant snake ultimately didn't attack. Klein followed Dr. Allen through an ancient, rotting wooden door and entered the pitch-black tower. Just as Allen had described, the layout here was abnormally chaotic. The staircase first spiraled upwards before descending diagonally. The hall, library, and various rooms were either normal, inverted, or embedded in other parts. This was a building that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein no longer knew where he was in the Black Tower. Perhaps it was the steeple, or perhaps it was the basement. In the thick darkness, he suddenly discovered a figure curled up in a corner in front of him. The figure sensed Dr. Allen approaching, and he hurriedly propped himself up and hopped over on one leg. It wasn't until the figure was inches away that Klein clearly saw his appearance. He looked strong and dignified in his early teens. His face was filled with childishness, and he had an obvious look of fear. The figure was about 1.4 meters tall, and his left calf was empty. It was none other than the child who had undergone surgery, Will Auceptin. He held a deck of tarot cards in his hand, and his ink-black eyes were filled with surprise and joy, as well as fear and panic. "Dr. Allen, a snake wants to eat me." Suddenly, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes reflected the huge and mysterious silver snake. Whoosh! The tarot cards in his hand fell to the ground, leaving only one tightly clenched in his palm. Klein focused his gaze and discovered that the card also had a wheel. It was the Wheel of Fortune card. Whoosh! The dream instantly shattered, and Klein found himself still sitting on the chair in front of the dressing table. Chapter 392. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds, and the moonlight that passed through the curtains could barely outline the outlines of the large items in the bedroom. Darkness and gloom became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment in no hurry to leave. He looked at Dr. Aaron, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and quietly analyzed the scenes he had seen in his dream. Will Auceptin finally held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream, everything has a symbolic meaning. It's all a revelation obtained from his astral projection. In other words, Will Auceptin's matter is related to fate. In addition, that silver serpent might very well represent the snake of Mercury. This child might be related to a high-sequence beyonder or some strange sealed artifact of the monster pathway. His danger stems from the snake of Mercury coveting him or the strange sealed artifact he's involved in. But the snake of Mercury is a sequence one, an existence that's closest to a deity. Just the name itself reflects his high status. It's impossible for him to be unable to do anything to a child like Will Auceptin. That Amon, who I still don't know if he's a sequence 1, 2, or 3, had nearly infiltrated the world above the gray fog with just an avatar. From the looks of it, this matter isn't that simple. It must be hiding a huge secret. With this in mind, Klein decided to retreat. This sounds very dangerous. Furthermore, that deck of tarot cards might not be a mystical item. What's special is very likely Will Auceptin himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Aaron has already recovered from his troubles. There's no reason for me to be involved in this matter. To take the initiative to perform on this is impossible. It's practically equivalent to suicide. Yes, I have to follow my heart's wishes. Klein used his black-gloved right palm to support himself on the surface of the dressing table and slowly stood up. After the dream he had just entered, he was completely certain that Dr. Aaron's nightmares stemmed from the revelation his astral projection had received from the spirit world, and that revelation was deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was a positioning tool. According to a particular chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also attempt to use the paper crane to find Dr. Aaron's astral projection, who was roaming the spirit world, and secretly observe where the revelations came from. However, he had already decided not to be involved. After stretching his body, Klein rummaged through Dr. Aaron's leather wallet with his final curiosity and took out the paper crane. He placed the paper crane at the tip of his cane and held them. Then, his eyes turned deep as he muttered to himself, Will Auceptin's present location. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, a breeze suddenly swirled in the room, bringing with it a chill that seemed to caress one's soul. Klein released his right palm, and the cane stood steadily before falling down with the paper crane, pointing diagonally at the bed. There. Klein frowned slightly, changed his position, and repeated the divination. He successfully obtained the feedback, and the intersection point of the two divination was Dr. Aaron. Will Auceptin's location overlaps with Dr. Aaron's. That's a little interesting. Klein muttered to himself in amusement and surprise. His curiosity rose to the extreme. Although he didn't plan on getting involved in this matter, he wanted to figure out why there was an overlapping situation. I'll divine the paper crane above the gray fog. With the gray fog blocking it, there won't be any accidents. Klein quickly came up with a new idea, and since it wasn't convenient to hold a summoning ritual in Dr. Aaron's bedroom, he decided to bring the paper crane home first. In fact, he was already prepared for this. Before coming, Klein wasn't sure of the seriousness of the matter. He had the thought of searching for Will Auceptin to see if he could obtain the tarot card. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane ahead of time, planning on using it to replace the original one. It would make it convenient for him to do all kinds of divination, and he would exchange it back when the problem was resolved. With this in mind, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared from his pocket. He had deliberately folded it above the gray fog, in case Dr. Aaron suddenly decided to hand over items related to Will Auceptin to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, allowing the fake him to be divined. Being thorough and detailed in advance really makes things a lot simpler. Klein praised himself. With the help of the thin moonlight, he seriously compared Will Auceptin's paper crane to the one he had folded to see if there were any obvious differences. With this, Klein fell silent. His handicraft skills are inferior to a child's. Actually, they're all paper cranes, so there's not much of a difference. Mine is at most a little crude. As long as Aaron doesn't repeatedly study the original one, he definitely won't be able to tell that it has been switched. Klein silently muttered to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving the confirmation, he placed the paper crane he had folded into Aaron's wallet and placed it back in its original spot. He then cleaned up the scene and left 3 Boningham Road with Will Auceptin's paper crane. Using the dowsing rod method, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, he used the method of summoning himself to send the paper crane and the master key above the gray fog. Sitting in the silent and uninhabited palace, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Then, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote the same divination statement as before: Will Auceptin's present location. This time, he switched to using dream divination and was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear in the gray and fragmented world. It was a dark room. The strong-looking, dark-eyed Will Auceptin was leaning against a desk in front of the window with the help of a chair, looking at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside him was a pile of building blocks. The building blocks formed a ring-shaped snake with its head connected to its tail. The scene outside the window was equally dark, and only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. The dream silently ended there. Klein opened his eyes and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger. He muttered silently to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "The Ouroboros is indeed the snake of Mercury? The snake of Mercury that represents fate. There's the sound of flowing water outside the window. This means that Will Auceptin's current location is close to the Tussock River? Previously, I divined that his location overlapped with Dr. Aaron's. Was he interfered with by fate? Seeing that the divination above the gray fog could only provide such a level of revelation, Klein was no longer troubled by his curiosity. He barely made an interpretation and planned on exchanging the paper crane tomorrow night. He would find an opportunity to give Dr. Aaron some pointers and get him to inform the bishop of the Evernight Goddess's cathedral. It's better to leave such matters to the regular army. Klein chuckled softly and returned to the real world. After a leisurely bath, he didn't do anything else and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up. He was clear-headed and knew that he was dreaming. He was dreaming of flipping through the Book of Secrets in the living room. Teach this familiar feeling. He habitually put on a blank expression and turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure in a gray coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with long cheeks and a broad forehead. He had a pair of deep blue eyes that looked rather wise. "Not Captain." Klein suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh and silently exhaled. He then turned the book of secrets in his hand into a ladies' aesthetics magazine. As he flipped through the magazine, he casually greeted the person. The man in the gray trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. He smiled and replied, "Aaron came to look for you this morning? He's indeed a nighthawk, a nightmare." Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile, "Yes." He already understood why the nighthawks would suddenly enter his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely a captain of a nighthawk team. He was in charge of Will Ossepton's matter, but he hadn't been able to find any useful clues. Under such circumstances, Dr. Aaron and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit to inquire about Will Ossepton's whereabouts should have been known by them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Aaron had rushed to Minsk Street to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty right after breakfast. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a dream at night was the most normal and natural development. As for Dr. Aaron, he was more sensitive, so entering the dream might very well cut off the clues. Therefore, a particular detective was undoubtedly the first choice. "What happened to him?" the captain of the Nighthawk team casually asked. Klein answered truthfully. "He had a nightmare." Klein described the scene of the pitch-black tower, the silver snake, and Will Ossepton, who was under layers of protection. "Finally," he said, "before having this nightmare, Aaron went to Will Ossepton's house to look for the child. As he was worried about his recovery and was troubled by his bad luck, it was a pity that Will Ossepton's family had already moved away. However, Aaron recalled that the child had given him a paper crane that he had folded himself and wished him good luck. Maybe he was stimulated by these two things, which is why he had such a nightmare." The man in the gray coat revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "A paper crane?" "Yes." Klein nodded gently. "The child gave it to Aaron before he was discharged. Aaron threw it into a drawer in his office and forgot about it until last night." "I understand. Thank you for your explanation." The captain of the Nighthawks stood up and politely bowed with his hand pressed to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the seat he had sat in, Klein leisurely speculated about what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Aaron's place tonight and enter the dream to check and take away the paper crane. Hence, the problem arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real one was above the gray fog. "Forget it, no matter which paper crane I use, they won't be able to divine the answer. It doesn't matter if I exchange it back or not," Klein muttered to himself. Reining in his thoughts, he continued sitting there. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the dream, and he fell into a daze for a long time. After a while, he curled the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. How nostalgic. Chapter 393. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds. The moonlight that penetrated through the curtains could barely outline the outlines of the large items in the bedroom. Darkness and gloom became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment without being in a hurry to leave. He looked at Dr. Allen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and quietly analyzed the scenes he had seen in his dream. Will Ossepton finally held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream, everything has a symbolic meaning. It's all a revelation obtained from his astral projection. In other words, Will Ossepton's matter is related to fate. In addition, that silver serpent might very well represent the snake of Mercury. This child might be related to a high-sequence beyonder or some strange sealed artifact of the monster pathway. His danger stems from the snake of Mercury coveting him or the strange sealed artifact he's involved in. But the snake of Mercury is a sequence one, an existence that's closest to a deity. Just the name itself reflects his high status. It's impossible for him to be unable to do anything to a child like Will Ossepton. that Amon, who I still don't know if he's a sequence 1, 2, or 3, had nearly infiltrated the world above the gray fog with just an avatar. From the looks of it, this matter isn't that simple. There must be a huge secret hidden behind it. With this in mind, Klein decided to back down. This sounds very dangerous. Besides, that tarot card might not be a mystical item. What's special is very likely Will Auceptin himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Allen has already recovered from his troubles. There's no reason for me to involve myself in this matter. It's impossible for me to take the initiative to perform on this matter. It's practically equivalent to suicide. Yes, I have to follow my heart's wishes. Klein used his black-gloved right palm to support himself on the surface of the dressing table and slowly stood up. After entering the dream, he was completely certain that Dr. Allen's nightmares stemmed from the revelation his astral projection had received from the spirit world, and that revelation was deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was a positioning tool. According to a certain chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also attempt to use the paper crane to find Dr. Allen's astral projection that was roaming the spirit world and secretly observe where the revelations came from. However, he had already decided not to get involved. Klein stretched his body. With his last bit of curiosity, he took out Dr. Allen's leather wallet and took out the paper crane. He placed the paper cranes on the tip of his cane and held them at the same time. Then, his eyes darkened and he muttered to himself, Will Auceptin's current position. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, a breeze suddenly swirled in the room, bringing with it a chill that felt like it was blowing at the soul. Klein loosened his right palm. The cane stood steadily at first, then fell down with the paper crane, slanting towards the bed. There. Klein frowned slightly. He changed his position and repeated the divination. He successfully received feedback, and the point of intersection of the two divination was Dr. Allen. Will Auceptin's position overlaps with Dr. Allen. That's interesting, Klein muttered to himself in amusement and surprise. His curiosity rose to the extreme. Although he didn't plan on getting involved in this matter, he wanted to figure out why there was an overlap. I'll divine the paper crane above the gray fog. With the gray fog blocking it, there shouldn't be any accidents. Klein quickly had a new idea, and as it wasn't convenient to hold a summoning ritual in Dr. Allen's bedroom, he decided to bring the paper crane home first. He was actually prepared for this. Before coming, Klein wasn't sure of the seriousness of the matter. He had the thought of finding Will Auceptin to see if he could obtain the tarot card. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane ahead of time. He planned on using it to replace the original one so that it would make it easier for him to do all kinds of divination. He would exchange it back when the problem was resolved. With this in mind, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared from his pocket. He had deliberately folded it above the gray fog to prevent Dr. Allen from suddenly deciding to hand over items related to Will Auceptin to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, allowing the fake him to be divined. Being thorough and detailed in advance indeed makes things a lot simpler. Klein praised himself. With the help of the thin moonlight, he seriously compared Will Auceptin's paper crane to the one he had folded to see if there were any obvious differences. Klein immediately fell silent. His handicraft skills are inferior to a child's. Actually, they're both paper cranes, so there's not much of a difference. Mine is at most a little crude. As long as Allen doesn't repeatedly study the original one, he definitely won't be able to tell that it has been switched. Klein silently muttered to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving a confirmation, he placed the paper crane he had folded into Allen's wallet and returned it to its original spot. He then cleaned up the scene and left 3 Burnham Road with Will Auceptin's paper crane. With the dowsing rod method, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, He used the method of summoning himself to send the paper crane and the master key above the gray fog. Sitting in the silent palace, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Then, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote the same divination statement as before. Will Ossepton's current location. This time, he switched to using dream divination. In the gray and fragmented world, Will Ossepton was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear. It was a dark room. The strong-looking, black-eyed Will Ossepton leaned on a chair and leaned against the desk in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside him was a pile of building blocks. The building blocks formed a ring-shaped snake with its head and tail connected. The scene outside the window was equally dark, with only the faint sound of flowing water. The dream silently ended there. Klein opened his eyes and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger. He muttered silently to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "The Ouroboros. Is it really the snake of Mercury? The snake of Mercury that represents fate. There's the sound of flowing water outside the window. This means that Will Ossepton's current location is close to the Tussock River? Previously, I divined that his location overlapped with Dr. Allen's. Was he interfered with by fate? Seeing that the divination above the gray fog could only provide such a revelation, Klein was no longer perturbed by his curiosity. He reluctantly made an interpretation and planned on switching the paper crane back tomorrow night. He would find an opportunity to give Dr. Allen some pointers and get him to inform the bishop of the Evernight Goddesses Cathedral. It's better to leave such matters to the regular army. Klein chuckled softly and returned to the real world. After a leisurely bath, he didn't bother with anything else and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up. He rationally realized that he was dreaming. He was in the living room flipping through the Book of Secret. Teach this familiar feeling. He habitually put on a blank expression as he turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure wearing a gray coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with thin cheeks, a broad forehead, and a pair of deep blue eyes that looked rather wise. "I'm not Captain." Klein suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh and silently exhaled. He then turned the Book of Secrets in his hand into a Ladies' Aesthetics magazine. As he flipped through the magazine, he casually greeted the visitor. The man in the gray trench coat took off his hat and sat opposite him. "Allen came to see you this morning?" As expected of a nighthawk, a nightmare. Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile, "Yes." He already understood why the nighthawks would suddenly enter his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely a nighthawk captain who was in charge of the Will Ossepton case, but they hadn't been able to find any useful clues. Under such circumstances, Dr. Allen and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit to inquire about Will Ossepton's whereabouts should have been known by them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Allen had just finished breakfast and had rushed to Minsk Street to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a dream at night was the most normal and natural development. As for Dr. Allen, rashly entering the dream might very well cut off the clues, so a particular detective was undoubtedly the first choice. "What happened to him?" the captain of the Nighthawk team casually asked. Klein answered truthfully, "That's right. He had a nightmare." Klein described the scene of the pitch-black tower, the silver snake, and Will Ossepton, who was under layers of protection. Finally, he said, before having this nightmare, Allen had gone to Will Ossepton's house to look for the child. As he was worried about his recovery and was troubled by his bad luck, it was a pity that Will Ossepton's family had already moved away. However, Allen recalled that the child had given him a paper crane that he had folded himself and wished him good luck. Maybe he was stimulated by these two things, which is why he had such a nightmare. The man in the gray coat revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "A paper crane?" "Yes." Klein nodded gently. The child gave it to Alan before he was discharged. Alan casually threw it into a drawer in his office and forgot about it. He only recalled it last night. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. The captain of the Nighthawks stood up and politely bowed with his hand pressed to his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the seat he had sat in, Klein leisurely speculated about what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Allen's place tonight and enter the dream to check and take away the paper crane. Hence, the problem arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real one was above the gray fog. Forget it, no matter which paper crane I use, they won't be able to divine the answer. It doesn't matter if I exchange it back or not, Klein muttered to himself. Reining in his thoughts, he continued sitting there without being in a hurry to leave the dream. He fell into a daze for a long time. After a while, he curled the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. How nostalgic. Chapter 394. On Sunday morning, not long after Klein finished his breakfast, he heard the doorbell ring as he expected. But to his surprise, it wasn't just Mike Joseph who came, but Dr. Allen as well. Sherlock, I had that nightmare again last night. I think it's abnormal, Allen said the moment he entered the living room without avoiding Mike. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. Do you think it's a problem with this? Ever since I found it and carried it with me, I've been having nightmares. Klein glanced at it indifferently, and his expression suddenly froze. If he hadn't been a clown in the past and had great control over his facial muscles, he might have even revealed an unconcealable smile in front of the reporters and doctors. Yes, a smile. This paper crane is even uglier than mine. That was the thought that came to Klein's mind. At that moment, he had the urge to cover his face and sigh. Could this be the tradition of the Nighthawks, where they have poor handiwork? Without a doubt, the paper crane in front of him was another product of a swap. After receiving accurate information from Klein, the Nighthawks didn't seem to delay. They snuck into Dr. Allen's bedroom that night and exchanged the paper crane they had folded for the one in his wallet. But they didn't expect that the one in his wallet was also a fake. It had been folded by Klein above the gray fog, and it was rather crude. It's inexplicably comical. Klein glanced at Dr. Aaron, who didn't notice anything, and cleared his throat. Perhaps so. I suggest that you go to the cathedral again and talk to the bishop from before. We have to believe that the deity we believe in is always watching over us. As he spoke, he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. After the nightmare left last night, Klein had specially gone above the gray fog to divine if there was any danger in switching back the paper crane. He had received a revelation that it was very safe. Therefore, he could now make such a suggestion with great interest in an attempt to tease his former colleagues. I wonder how they'll feel when they see their poorly folded paper cranes return to their hands. Klein solemnly consoled Dr. Allen, then turned to the reporter and smiled. Mike, what I really want to suggest to Allen is to see a psychiatrist, but faith can definitely comfort his soul. You're not honest at all. Mike laughed. Well, let's go. The next day, Klein accompanied the reporter from the Daily Observer to Eastborough to interview the rescued girls. In the face of an interview fee of £1, no one would reject it, even some of the girls who had been abused. In this interview, Capham's crimes were one of the main points, and the current situation of the girls was another. The former was infuriating, while the latter was depressing. Daisy was actually one of the luckier ones. After returning home, she could immediately get back to work and use her own labor to exchange for food. Less than a third of the rescued were like her, and most of them still had some savings in their families. Their situation allowed them, who had been traumatized, to not be busy for the time being. They could patiently look for suitable work. As for the other two-thirds of the rescued, they had to work hard to survive. With a large number of female textile workers out of work, they often could only find temporary jobs with very low pay. Those whose parents and siblings hadn't lost their jobs were still fine. At least they could help each other and barely fill their stomach. However, those whose family situations weren't as optimistic had already taken the path of street girls. It was as though they had never been rescued. They had sold their bodies once, perhaps for the sake of some food. This made Mike as silent as the last time. It wasn't until the sky turned dark and they left Eastborough that he snapped back to his senses and thanked Klein. "Sherlock, it's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I would have definitely been blackmailed by those gangsters today." "Isn't that why you hired me?" Klein smiled politely without any hint of smugness. With his previous instructions, Old Kohler and Liv's family didn't reveal that he had helped them search for people for free. In particular, Daisy was rather smart. When Mike asked if they knew anyone special, she directly replied, "Mr. Reporter and Mr. Detective." Mike nodded habitually and walked in silence for a while. Before getting into the carriage, he suddenly exhaled. "I want to make an appeal in this report. I want to appeal to the government to take out Capham's estate and set up a relief fund. I want to use the annual income to steadily help these rescued girls and others who have been harmed because of Capham, giving them a chance to escape their current predicament. Although Capham's safe has been ransacked by that hero bandit, his greatest wealth is in the estate he bought. All of this should be illegally obtained." Klein listened carefully, took a deep look at Mike, and praised him sincerely. "You're the best reporter I've ever seen. There are many reporters like me. There are always some idealists in this world." Mike sighed. With that said, he paid Klein £10 for the employment fee and took off his hat and waved it. After watching the reporter get into the rental carriage, Klein prepared to take public transportation in another direction. At this moment, Mike suddenly wound down the window and asked with a teasing smile, "Sherlock, I'm not the only reporter you know, am I?" Klein was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. "Yes. City of Silver." Derek Berg was like a beast trapped indoors, pacing back and forth anxiously in the room. He felt that the chief wasn't paying enough attention to his report. He was worried that the exploratory team members, who had been affected by the fallen creator for some reason, would cause devastating damage to the city that had existed in the darkness for 2,582 years after they were released from quarantine. In such a situation, he was eager to get opinions from Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice, who knew the fallen creator rather well. This was the tarot gathering he looked forward to the most. Wait a little longer. If Mr. Fool still doesn't summon us, I'll pray directly to him. Derek tried to calm himself down, but his pacing didn't slow down at all. Suddenly, he saw the boundless gray fog and heard the messianic voice. "Prepare for the gathering." Derek heaved a sigh of relief and cautiously sat on the edge of the bed. He lay down and pretended to sleep for a while out of exhaustion. After silently counting 1,000 rapid heartbeats, he waited for a while before he was engulfed by the illusory crimson light. At this moment, Derek's room was abnormally quiet. Lightning streaked across the sky outside the window, causing the darkness to leave the land. Suddenly, in the corner of his bed, darkness squirmed and stretched out, transforming into a human shape. The black shadow quickly climbed up and quietly looked down at Derek. He carefully observed for dozens of seconds before retracting without finding anything. In the corner, the shadow was the same as usual. The endless gray fog lingered beneath his feet as usual. The long bronze table in front of him was mottled with rust, but it didn't show any signs of decay. Son Derek first saw Miss Justice and Miss Magicians sitting opposite him. What entered his ears was a familiar, brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Shrouded in the gray fog, Klein nodded slightly. He appeared to be leisurely responding to Miss Justice and the other members' greetings, but in fact, he was busy controlling the world to make him appear like a real person. It was already dinner time after accompanying reporter Mike for an interview yesterday. Klein found a Fennepotter-style restaurant outside and took the initiative to order a glass of desert beer due to the spiciness. After eating and drinking his fill and returning home, he didn't go out again for the rest of the time. He either studied the Book of Secrets or prepared his own food. This alleviated the heavy emotions he felt every time he went to Eastborough. Unknowingly, the afternoon arrived, and his thoughts turned to the tarot gathering. After exchanging greetings, Audrey held back her curiosity and excitement. She wasn't in a hurry to ask about the truth behind Capham's matter. Mr. Fool might not answer, but how would he know if he wants to answer without asking? I hope he can raise a request of equivalent value. I'll try my best to satisfy it. Audrey looked around and observed the other members. As a telepathic reader, she quickly noticed something unusual. Son is very anxious. Did something happen to the former exploration team captain? Did he meet him on? Also, Furs is in a state of wanting to ask but not daring to. She must have read the newspaper and guessed from the tarot cards that Capham's death was caused by our tarot, but she's puzzled as to who the Emperor card represents. She seems to be even more awed by Mr. Fool. What happened? Mr. the Hanging Man is in a good mood. His potion has been digested. He seems to be looking forward to something. Mr. World still looked gloomy and reserved. It was difficult to read his thoughts. He's really the nemesis of the spectator pathway. Sun didn't hide his anxiety, but he didn't directly consult the tarot members. He knew very well that the opening period belonged to Mr. Fool, unless there was no Roselle's diary. There's no need to rush. The gathering has already begun. If Mr. Fool is in a good mood, he might answer some questions. Derek consoled himself. The hanging man Alger turned his head to look at the seat of honor and said humbly, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've found 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." Diary? Roselle's diary? Magicians, Furs pricked up her ears. Klein smiled in response. "What do you want to exchange them for?" Glancing at the card in Mr. Fool's hand, Alger suppressed the fervor in his heart and said, "That's right, Mr. Fool. I want to know what the card beside you is." Chapter 395. I know that. Audrey rolled her eyes and raised her chin slightly. She happily cast her gaze diagonally ahead, towards a stone pillar that supported the dome. She quickly retracted her gaze, prepared to enjoy Mr. the Hanging Man's reaction after hearing the answer. Magician's Furs vaguely understood something. Using the so-called Roselle's diary, she could exchange it for answers to certain questions from Mr. Fool. She might even be able to exchange it for items. Roselle's diary? Are they the notes written by Roselle using unique symbols that no one else can understand? They're actually diaries? The hanging man's tone was very certain, and Mr. Fool didn't refute it. I've encountered many, but because I wasn't interested, I didn't buy them. Ah yes, Miss Audrey has quite a number of them. She's a fanatic in this area. But that dog of hers last week, no, maybe the week before last, I can't remember clearly. In short, it chewed up many books and notes, including all the Roselle the Great's diary. The sudden surprise and subsequent disappointment filled Furz's heart, making her want to raise her hands, cover her ears, and scream loudly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to express her current feelings. I hate dogs. Magicians, Furs thought hatefully. The hanging man's request was somewhat beyond Klein's expectations, but to him, it was the easiest kind to fulfill. Hence, he chuckled and said, "Sure. Do you wish for everyone to hear it, or only you know?" The hanging man, Alger, answered without hesitation. "Only you know." He didn't have the spirit of selflessness. Klein smiled and blocked off the other members' senses. This made Miss Justice feel very aggrieved. She was waiting to see Mr. the Hanging Man's stunned and shocked expression, as though she had done something impressive. Although she wouldn't take the initiative to publicize it, she looked forward to the reaction of others when they learned of it. But now, the detestable the Hanging Man has robbed me of this joy. Audrey muttered in her heart. Of course, she knew that the other party's request was absolutely legitimate. But I already knew the answer. She pursed her lips and thought. At that moment, Klein leisurely flipped the card of blasphemy and stood it up, allowing the hanging man to see Roselle, who was wearing black armor, a crown, and a cape. The portrait of this great emperor was often seen. Alger was no stranger to the hanging man, so he immediately recognized it. More importantly, there was a bright sign on the card, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. As expected, it was the rumored card deck created by Roselle the Great that hid the path of divinity. It was the so-called prototype of tarot cards, Sequence 0, Black Emperor. This corresponds to the path to godhood of the lawyer pathway? From the looks of it, Mr. Fool has been collecting Roselle's diary to find clues to the deck of cards. And in just a few months, he has already obtained one. Alger was pleasantly surprised, excited. Suddenly, he had an inexplicable feeling that the future of the tarot was extremely bright. Previously, he was only intimidated by Mr. Fool's mysteriousness and power. He only had the goal of exchanging information and items for the so-called tarot, but now, he began to imagine the benefits he and the other members would receive after Mr. Fool collected Roselle the Great's cards one by one. When that happened, the tarot might become the most powerful secret organization. The hanging man Alger couldn't help but look forward to the future. At this moment, Klein said slowly, "The card of blasphemy. Card of blasphemy." He immediately dispelled the barrier. As soon as she regained her senses, Audrey immediately cast her gaze at the hanging man. Through the blurry image, she could vaguely read his remaining shock, joy, and yearning. That's how it should be. Audrey immediately felt extremely satisfied. Card of blasphemy. It's indeed related to the blasphemy slate. The hanging man Alger lowered his head in thought for a few seconds before conjuring the 3 pages of Roselle's diary that he had just obtained. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments arrived in Klein's hands. He casually lowered his gaze and began reading at a moderate pace. On the 15th of March, I was indeed the main character. Just by relying on some archaeological clues and folklore, I found a specter ship left behind by the Solomon Empire near the Oradek archipelago at the edge of the Fog Sea, the ancient Black King. It's really eye-catching. There are also some ancient books on it, including a treasure map that points to a nameless island. It's the final settlement of a powerful noble from the Solomon Empire who left the northern continent in defeat. Everything he left behind is there. This treasure will definitely belong to me. March 19th. After repeated consideration and weighing the pros and cons, I've finally decided to go on a long voyage. After that, I'll be entering the kingdom's army as an officer. It'll be very difficult for me to have such an opportunity again. Edwards and Grimm are willing to follow me on an adventure in that fog-filled sea. Actually, I'm not just doing this for the treasure. I also want to verify a question. From the sun to the crimson moon, from the trajectory of the stars in the sky to the alternation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all sorts of signs and different data prove that the world I'm in should be a planet. In that case, it shouldn't only have northern and southern continent. Based on all sorts of data, the combined area of the northern and southern continents isn't even 10% of this planet. To the west of the northern continent is the Fog Sea, and to the east is the Sonia Sea. I suspect that there are other continents at the end of these 2 seas, just like how the southern continent is at the end of the Berserk Sea. Perhaps I can discover a brand new continent, the Western Continent. Let's go, great seafarer Roselle Columbus Magellan Gustav. Go and verify your conjecture. The Emperor sure was rash when he was young. He dared to set out on a voyage just because of a treasure map that he didn't know if it was real or not, or if it contained any dangers. No, he's just as rash when he's old. The card of blasphemy is evidence. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. This page of the diary seemed to be connected to the page he had seen before. At most, there were 1 or 2 other diary pages in between. Therefore, Klein was roughly certain that Roselle had gotten lost on this voyage and found a primitive island outside the safe sea route. There were many Beyonder creatures on it. During this process, he had even used the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and One Piece memes to prank Grimm, Edwards, and the others who had followed him out to sea. In addition, Grimm, who was praised by Roselle as the smartest among us, grew stranger after discovering the primitive island. In the end, he died in the fog sea. Speaking of which, the idea that this world is a planet has already been widely acknowledged and confirmed by astronomy. Klein flipped to the second diary page. April 18th. I discovered the term Western Continent in the ancient records of the Black King's throne. There really is a Western Continent. However, even in the 4th epoch, in the Solomon Empire, when the gods were still walking the land, the Western Continent was only a rumor. It was said to be the homeland of the elves, and it involved an ancient god named Saniathrim. But the problem is that the elves were ultimately trapped on Sonia Island. After that, they were scattered across the various islands deep in the mountains and in the sea. There have never been any legends of them attempting to return to their homeland. In short, at the end of the Fog Sea, there might be a Western Continent, the home of the elves. Then, what about the end of the Sonia Sea? Is there really an Eastern Continent? Where is it hidden in the mythological books? Could it be the illusory forsaken land of the gods? Continue forward, Roselle. You are about to reach your destination. Western Continent, Eastern Continent. Roselle guessed that the latter might be the forsaken land of the gods. Right, Mr. the Hanging Man once said that many members of the Aurora Order are searching for the true Creator's holy sanctuary in the Sonia Sea, and he suspects that the holy sanctuary is the forsaken land of the gods. This is somewhat similar to Roselle the Great's thoughts. This world still has many secrets. Klein moved his gaze down and looked at the last few paragraphs on the page. April 20th. All signs indicate that we are about to reach a land, one that isn't an island. There's such a benefit to being lost? Could it be that I'll discover the so-called Western Continent? April 21st. I saw the abyss. Abyss? Roselle saw the abyss. Is it the abyss in the sense of mysticism? Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly flipped the page. However, the 3rd page of the diary made him doubt life and his years of Chinese education. It was filled with the following sentences. F***K, I invited someone into the manor. This. Klein instantly understood that this page was likely a forged version of Roselle's diary. They had used the original symbols to piece together a bunch of sentences. At that instant, Klein felt like he had seen garbled code, and he had the urge to curse the forgers. He wanted to confirm if the abyss mentioned in Roselle's diary was the abyss that was referred to by the terms source of all evil, land of corruption, and residence of devils. The abyss in the true sense of the word is the dark side of the universe where even deities can be corrupted. It should be independent of the real world like the spirit world. At the very least, that's what the Book of Secrets and the books I came into contact with when I was in the Nighthawks team. If it's not the true abyss, then what does the abyss that the Emperor mentioned refer to? Klein couldn't get an explanation no matter how much he thought about it. He felt extremely displeased. It was like a novel that he had been catching up on, only to have it end at the most critical moment. With a sweep of his gaze, he calmed himself down and made the diary disappear from his hand. You may begin. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, he chuckled. Alger immediately turned his head to look at the sun and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" He asked nonchalantly, "Did you find out anything from the former captain of the expedition team?" Chapter 396. Sun was originally anxious to ask about the fallen creator, but when he heard the hanging man's question, he answered honestly, "I don't know. He's dead." "He's dead." Justice, the hanging man, and the magicians expressed their surprise at the same time. They really did not expect this turn of events. After all, the former captain of the exploration team had been locked up for decades without any problems. Who would have thought that he would die right after they finished discussing about him? At this moment, apart from Mr. Fool, Only the gloomy and reserved world maintained his original state. Son Derek nodded. Yes, after I returned to the City of Silver, I originally wanted to follow Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion and find out more about the expedition team's former captain. However, he suddenly appeared behind me and asked if I was looking for him. Upon hearing this, Audrey immediately took a small gasp. Although Son clearly didn't have the ability to tell a good story, his simple description still made her feel like she was reading a horror novel late at night. It was as though there was someone standing behind her, asking, "Are you looking for me?" The magician's, Furs, was terrified and excited, just like how she was when she listened to her mother's ghost stories when she was young. Even though she had covered her ears in fear, she still opened the gaps between her fingers as though she had been possessed, allowing the voice to enter her mind. This scene could be written into a novel. As a best-selling author, she had excellent professional instincts. Alger was experienced and knowledgeable, so he subconsciously asked, "What's the matter? Your City of Silver's dungeon for rampagers doesn't have a seal? There was no barrier between them? I remember you said last time that there is a very powerful and magical item as the core." "Yes, but I don't know why he came to my room, and he's completely out of control. His head has split open in the middle, and liquid is constantly flowing out. There are many cracks on his body, and every crack is a mouth." Son casually described the scene. "Then how did you survive? How did you escape from him, know it?" Magician's Furs felt very immersed in the scene. This was also a question that Audrey was concerned about. However, Alger's reaction was completely different from theirs. He muttered thoughtfully, "That's right. It doesn't make sense to put you, who only shows signs of losing control, next to such a dangerous person." From the looks of it, the upper echelons of the City of Silver, the members of the six-member council, are consciously letting people come into contact with that fellow to see if they can obtain more useful information from him and observe his corresponding changes. "So, which elder saved you?" Derek's mouth opened bit by bit, feeling as though Mr. the Hanging Man had seen and heard everything that had happened. Just from my description of the situation, he could guess the truth. "Amazing!" Son replied in admiration, "That's right. Just as you said, the chief appeared in time and used that mystical item to finish off the rampager." Sensing Son's respect and admiration, the Hanging Man Alger chuckled. "It's obvious. As long as one has enough knowledge, they can easily see through it." "I didn't expect it," Audrey muttered to herself gloomily. "I didn't see it coming." Magician's Furs stroked her hair in shame. "I didn't think in that direction." The world repeated Mr. Fool's sigh. At this point, Alger frowned slightly and asked slowly, "You said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control? You said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control? He didn't lose control for decades, but he suddenly lost control after you returned?" While asking the question, the Hanging Man looked up at Mr. Fool. Seeing that he was calm and carefree without any abnormalities, his mood instantly calmed down. The uneasiness that had just surfaced turned into puzzlement. "The Amon family is known as the Blasphemers. Could it be that that person discovered the tarot and the secret above the gray fog, but was easily finished off by Mr. Fool?" Son nodded seriously and said, "I've guessed 2 reasons. I guess 2 reasons. One is that I chose the sun pathway, and you previously mentioned that the Amon family is a descendant of the ancient sun god. The other reason is that he sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling me to a gathering, so there was a change. In the end, it was proven to be the latter." "How was it proven?" The Hanging Man Alger pressed without leaving any gap. "Someone sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling people to a gathering? Someone really sensed it? How terrifying! As expected of a blasphemer." Audrey was surprised and shocked. She couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table, and she was immediately comforted by Mr. Fool's calm and indifferent attitude. "It's just a trivial matter. To Mr. Fool, it's just a trivial matter." Audrey thought in delight and relief. So there are still people who can discover the gathering of the tarot. Indeed, with so many pathways and so many sequences, there's bound to be a beyonder power that can deal with this matter. But for the current me, this is an extremely bad thing. I'm still too weak. I have to advance my sequence as soon as possible. Magician's Furs was momentarily shocked and horrified. Sun described truthfully, when that rampager was finished off by the chief, I saw Amon's shadow. When the rampager was dealt with by the chief, I saw Amon's shadow. It should be him. He looks like this. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, Derek conjured a screen of light that depicted Amon's image. A black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, a crystal monocle, a wide forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black curly hair. Have you seen him? Asked Derek expectantly. Sunday. The hanging man, justice, magicians, and world shook their heads at the same time. Derek didn't harp on the matter and continued. Amon's shadow was also destroyed by the chief with the help of a mystical item, leaving behind a translucent worm. The chief told me that it was just a clone of Amon. He explained the reason why he arranged for me to stay next door. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with me, he told me to go home by myself. I was a little afraid, unsure of what Amon would do next. Therefore, the moment I returned home, I began praying to Mr. Fool. Wait a moment. The hanging man, Alger interrupted Sun with a frown. You said that you were released home by the chief after experiencing such a strange and terrifying matter? And the moment you returned home, you didn't do anything else, but you began praying to Mr. Fool? Yes, Derek answered, slightly bewildered. Is there a problem with that? He found Mr. the Hanging Man's attitude rather odd. Audrey vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Sun's handling of the matter, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong in a short period of time. She only believed that if she were in his shoes, she definitely wouldn't have done so. And at that moment, Magician's Furs had already covered her face. Too careless. I was the same in the past. The price was using up the stone on my bracelet and beginning to suffer the curse of the full moon. This best-selling author sighed inwardly. The hanging man, Alger, glanced at Mr. Fool again. Seeing that he still didn't have any reaction, he forced himself to relax and clenched his fist to press against his nose and mouth. Do you think that the chief will be completely at ease after just a simple inspection after you have crossed paths with that strange Amon? If that's the case, that former captain of the exploratory team wouldn't have been locked in the dungeon for 42 years. Based on my experience, the chief must have sent people to monitor you in the dark, and you have undoubtedly exposed your uniqueness. Don't doubt this. If even the chief isn't careful, your city of silver wouldn't have been able to survive to this day in such a harsh environment. This. Sun's eyes gradually widened as he increasingly felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was really knowledgeable. What he said made sense. I've been discovered by the chief? That's why he had such an attitude when he heard my report? What to do? What should I do? Derek instantly became nervous and terrified. Seeing his worry, the hanging man Alger chuckled. However, you don't have to worry too much for the time being. I just thought about it carefully. Even if your City of Silver's chief discovers your abnormality, he will only suspect that you have been possessed by Amon and have been corrupted by him. He won't think of tarot. You still have time. You can still slowly think of a way to resolve this problem. Sun calmed down a little and said honestly, that's right. I was indeed possessed by Amon at that time. What? The hanging man Alger blurted out. He almost left his seat and assumed a fighting stance, just in case. Audrey and Magician's Furs also tensed up. Only the gloomy world showed surprise. Derek was alarmed by Mr. Hanged Man's reaction as he hurriedly added, "This was discovered by Mr. Fool. It's in my prayers." As he spoke, he conjured the scene that Mr. Fool had sent him back then. Amon, wearing a black pointed hat and a crystal monocle, was wrapped around his spirit body like the ghost of a python. Seeing this, Justice and the magician trembled from the bottom of their hearts. The hanged man hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" And then, later, "Mr. Fool taught me a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar," Sun replied without any change in expression. "Angel?" The hanging man looked at the end of the long bronze table in shock. He immediately realized that his action was too abrupt and disrespectful, so he hurriedly lowered his head. "Angel?" Audrey was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 397. After a brief moment of confusion, Audrey quickly understood what Sun was talking about. He said that Mr. Fool had sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar. Angel. Mr. Fool had sent an angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel as an attendant. Every angel has at least the strength of a sequence too. Although this is only to be expected and something I've long expected, it's still exciting because it's finally been confirmed. And only deities can control angels. Audrey's eyes glowed with excitement as she couldn't help but imagine what Mr. Fool's angel looked like. "I wonder when I'll be lucky enough to meet one." She looked at the end of the long bronze table with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. At the same time, her spiritual perception told her that the usually gloomy Mr. World had also sat up straight in shock. This made her feel inexplicably pleased. Magician's furs recalled the incident from before. She had only requested Mr. Fool's help to interfere with the divination, but she ended up seeing a 12-winged angel descend and envelop her spirit body with its wings. It's indeed an angel. A 12-winged angel with pitch-black wings. And this is indeed Mr. Fool's usual way of doing things. He casually sent an angel to help resolve the crisis of the gathering members. Furs suddenly didn't dare to look up at the man sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. Although she was only a sequence 9, and although she hadn't received a complete mysticism education, she had been in different Beyonder circles for 3 years. Certain matters would reach her ears even if she didn't deliberately seek them out. There was a very important point in this. Do not look directly at God. In the past, Furs didn't have a deep impression of this sentence, but at this moment she suddenly felt that it was the truth, a truth that had been summed up from countless lessons of blood and tears. Angel? Mr. Fool really has an angel by his side. The hanging man felt a wave of horror and inexplicable excitement, so much so that his body trembled slightly. Previously, telling him his honorific name, responding to the prayers, and the ritual indirectly indicated that Mr. Fool was equivalent to a deity, but this still lacked direct evidence. And now, an angel had appeared. His existence itself was enough to explain many things. Among them, the most important thing was that angels represented the most direct deterrence. Mr. Fool isn't without influence in the real world. Even without a blessed, he can still radiate his dignity to a certain region. Alger instantly thought of many things. He broke out into a cold sweat over his superficiality, but he also felt that the future was filled with hope. Then, he pondered the details in Sun's words. Mr. Fool didn't directly let the angel descend. Instead, he first taught Sun a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent the angel to purify Amon's avatar. This was a huge detour. Does this mean that Mr. Fool has to break through many obstacles in order to influence the real world? This is consistent with my previous judgment that he is sealed and restrained. But perhaps there's something special about the forsaken land of the gods? Mr. Fool didn't act like this before because he escaped a little? He was gradually breaking free. Sitting at the Fool's seat, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings. He could clearly sense Miss Justice's reverence and eagerness, as well as Mr. the Hanging Man's horror and excitement. Didn't they treat me like a god in the past? Why would he behave like this after hearing about angels? From the looks of it, indirect proof is ultimately inferior to a direct display of deterrence. In the future, if there are new members who doubt me, I'll make preparations in advance. I'll let World jump out and speak nonsense. Then, I'll casually point at him and kill him as a warning to others. When things calm down, I'll create another world. Klein's thoughts gradually scattered. Sun didn't quite understand the reactions of Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice. From his point of view, wasn't it normal for a deity, a mighty existence, to have angels serving him? He waited for a few seconds before saying, "After Amon's avatar was purified, I coughed out a worm. It's identical to the one in the dungeon. Do you know what it is?" With the fool Klein's help, Sun successfully conjured a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings on it. Audrey and Magician's Furs looked over curiously and shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a worm. 12 rings. In the Book of Secrets, similar symbols are related to time. The Amon family is the descendant of the ancient sun god, and in ancient times, people believed that the sun and time were related. This can barely be considered an explanation. It can be verified from two aspects. However, why is the eternal blazing sun only an inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, and the guardian of commerce, but no longer in the domain of time? In order to maintain his image as the fool, Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He had a smile on his face, and his gaze was warm. The Hanging Man Alger thought for a moment before saying, "It should be a medium for Amon to create an avatar. It should be a medium for Amon to create an avatar. In myths and legends, there's a worm that looks similar to it. It has 12 transparent rings, and it's called a worm of time. However, no one has ever seen a worm of time. Many people suspect that it's actually the name of a sequence potion. Worm of time. It's very close to my guess. Although this is only a mythical story spread among beyonders of the church's middle and higher echelons, the information itself is of considerable value. For Mr. the Hanging Man to say it for everyone to hear, is it because he has already received payment and learned a lot of important information from young Sun?" Klein felt wistful and amused when he heard that. Worm of time. A medium for Amon to create an avatar. Sun muttered softly to himself, as though he had resolved many of his doubts. He asked curiously, "What can it be used for?" "I'm referring to it when it's dead." "I don't know." Under Sun's trusting and respectful gaze, the Hanging Man Alger suddenly felt a little ashamed. At this moment, the fool, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, calmly said, "It's the main ingredient for certain rituals." This was a deduction made by Klein based on the contents of the Book of Secret. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to verify. If you can't find a ritual that requires a worm of time, it only means that you aren't knowledgeable enough. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to prove otherwise. Klein leisurely added, in his heart, "Certain rituals." Audrey and company instantly let their imaginations run wild. "Thank you, great Mr. Fool." Son Derek half stood up and bowed. Then, he changed the topic to the matter that concerned the existence of the City of Silver. "The expedition team has returned. I'm referring to the expedition team led by Shepherd Elder Lovia. They completed the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple and returned to the City of Silver. And I discovered that the personalities of the team members I'm familiar with have changed. They've been corrupted by the true creator," the Hanging Man Alger pointed out without hesitation. "The true creator?" Audrey couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table. She remembered very clearly that the true creator's descent had been foiled by Mr. Fool's Blessed. She had previously guessed that the leader of her tarot was going to be the nemesis of Evil God. "Really?" Derek asked in disbelief. The Hanged Man said in an unperturbed tone, "Describe the changes in them in detail. It feels like he's still the same person, but he's very different from before. His optimism has turned gloomy, and his bright smile is only a polite smile." Son Derek recounted all the abnormalities he had discovered, including the sudden improvement of Shepherd Elder Lovia's condition. The Hanging Man Alger deliberated and said, the situation might be worse than you can imagine. The situation may be more serious than you think. Contamination is the best possibility. If they've already sincerely believed in the truth, the fallen creator, that would be troublesome and irredeemable. No matter what, their personalities, thoughts, and views will be distorted, turning them into latent lunatics. You can start from this aspect and let the other members of the six-member council discover that something is amiss. I've already reported it, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me, Derek said in a low voice, feeling slightly aggrieved. Magician's Furs couldn't help but sigh. That's because your chief suspects that you've been possessed by Amon, and that you're plotting something detrimental to the City of Silver. Then what should I do? Even if I tell them of the existence of the fallen creator, will they not believe me? Son Derek asked anxiously. The hanging man pondered for 2 seconds. Actually, that chief of yours should have already begun paying attention to the shepherd and the members of the expedition team. For your City of Silver to survive to this day, the upper echelons still have the most basic level of vigilance. They won't let go of any possible threat. The only problem is that they definitely don't place enough importance on it. It might not even be as important as you and Amon. Without waiting for Sun to speak, he deliberated and said, "Perhaps you can use this matter to get rid of the suspicion on you. Find a chance to make one of the exploration team members show the most complete abnormality and have a conflict with him. This way, the other members of the six-member council will notice that something is wrong and pay more attention to them. And at the same time, hand over the suspected worm of time and say that in the midst of the conflict, you suddenly fell into a trance and didn't know what had happened. All you heard was someone shouting the true creator, and when you snapped to your senses, you had already coughed out the worm. When it comes to an evil god, there are many methods and powers that cannot be used. Your chief will logically guess that Amon's avatar had a conflict with the mental corruption left behind by the true creator, and he eventually died as a dead worm. The surveillance on you will definitely be greatly reduced. If you stay put for a while longer, the suspicions will be completely eliminated. Why does Mr. the Hanging Man seem very skilled in this aspect?" Audrey thought with her mouth slightly agape. Sun's eyes lit up when he heard that. He felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was indeed trustworthy for coming up with such a good idea. Then how should I make that exploration team member display the most thorough and most abnormal state? He quickly asked. Alger fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds he said, "That's right." After a few seconds he said, "I don't know." He then added, "Don't worry. If only there were items related to the true creator." Chapter 398. Klein knew very well why Miss Justice was looking at him. Knowing about the Lenivus incident, she definitely believed that he and the true creator had many conflicts, both in the open and in the shadows. It was normal for him to have the corresponding items, and the number might even be quite a lot. From a logical point of view, there's nothing wrong with her thoughts. And in fact, I've interacted with the true creator time and time again, and I do have items that match the description. Klein sighed inwardly. It wasn't a question whether he should help Little Sunday. There were many monsters in the forsaken land of the gods where the City of Silver was located, and they could gather many Beyonder ingredients that were already rather rare in the northern and southern continents. Furthermore, their history had never been interrupted, nor had it been distorted by any deity or church. It was the most direct representation of the stories and secrets before the cataclysm, and it contained a lot of extremely valuable knowledge. Be it from the standpoint of the tarot leader or purely considering the benefits, Klein didn't plan on giving up Little Sun and the City of Silver unless it was completely hopeless. However, there were some words that weren't suitable for Mr. Fool to say. Just as Audrey was looking at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, the silent world spoke. "I have an item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator." He was referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. An item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator? The hanging man Alger thought as he organized his words. This might be able to help Sunday. Once those members of the expedition team sense that the true creator's mind is beside them, there's a high chance that they'll mutate on the spot. The world looked at Sun and laughed hoarsely. Lad, I can lend you that item, but what can you give me in return? Upon seeing Hope, Sun's mind raced as he recalled what had happened at the gathering. I can help you collect the characteristics of the human skin shadow, the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter's brain, or one of the thousand-faced hunter's blood. I will also try to find a way to remove the uncontrollable mental contamination from the items. Whichever I get first, I'll take it as my reward. Here, human skin shadows were relatively easier to encounter. They belonged to the more terrifying types of monsters in the depths of the darkness. At this moment, Derek wasn't considering whether the value was equivalent. Although borrowing an item contaminated by the true creator was obviously not as good as the conditions he had proposed, in the current situation, he could grit his teeth and accept whatever high price the other party offered. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to show his sincerity. The world nodded slightly. Very good. I'll ask Mr. Fool to lend it to you. As he spoke, he conjured the appearance of the all-black eye and added, it's equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. If you lose it, you have to compensate me. Also, return it to me immediately after this matter is over. This was something Klein couldn't say as the Fool. As a secret existence at the level of a deity, if he kept talking about compensation and remember to return it to me, he would fall from the sky to the ground. In addition, Klein also considered the latent dangers that existed in the future. Items like the all-black eye were the type that he had used in the real world. If he were to rope in new members who knew of this matter, they would be able to confirm certain matters from this point. Therefore, Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the world was clearly much better than Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the Fool. If one's strength doesn't match one's status, one can only tremble in fear, as though one is treading on thin ice or facing an abyss. The Fool Klein sighed silently. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't reject the world's request, nor did he point out that there was a problem with the deal, Derek heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed to all the requests. At the same time, Audrey was sincerely happy for little Sunday. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and slowly exhaled. He deliberated and said to Sun, "Don't be too optimistic. You have to grasp the specifics. First, you have to choose an opportunity. You can't put yourself in danger. It's best if there's only one member of the exploration team present, and there are many other residents of the City of Silver, or they might be imprisoned or sealed. You have to use a wall of spirituality to seal the container of the item in advance, preventing others from directly noticing it. Only then will you be able to control the progress of the matter. In addition, you have to consider how to hide the item after the matter is over. You can't let the 6-member council discover it, or you won't be able to clear your name of suspicion. If such a gullible fellow were to die, it would be very difficult for me to obtain information about the forsaken land of the gods and the secrets of ancient times. The hanging man didn't feel that there was any problem with him providing help. Under his guidance, Sun gradually came up with a complete plan and clarified a few key points that he needed to pay attention to. "Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Thank you. Thank you." He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the tarot members, making Audrey feel a sense of satisfaction from doing a good deed. With Sun's matter coming to an end, Magician's Furs, who had witnessed everything, suddenly had an idea. She flicked her slightly curled long hair. "I want to know which family the apprentice pathway belongs to. I'm willing to use a chapter from sites in the spirit world in exchange. Although this is considered to be the ravings of a fanatic, according to my experiences in entering and exiting the spirit world, many of the descriptions in it are true. Sites in the spirit world was one of the mysticism notebooks that Mrs. Alisa had left behind for her. The content in it was illogical and absurd. Just reading it would make one irascible, but after entering and exiting the spirit world 3 times due to various reasons, Furs realized that what was recorded in the notebook might not be the ravings. Sights in the spirit world? The fool Klein leaned back slightly and controlled the world to speak before the hanging man could answer. I know the answer, and I can give you some corresponding information for free. He knew very well that the hanging man could also answer the magician's question. He knew very well that the hanging man could also answer the magician's question. It's not good to have competition. You even have to pair it with freebies, Klein silently lampooned. All right. Furs was overjoyed. She realized that tarot was indeed a lot more high-end than the other Beyonder circles she had participated in before. Many difficult questions could be answered here. At that moment, the world asked in a hoarse voice, "What's going on? Do you want to be the only one to hear the answer, or do you want everyone to hear it?" The magician's Furs considered for a few seconds and said to Audrey and company's surprise, "You're right. Let's put it this way. From her point of view, the answer to her question wasn't of much help to others. It didn't matter even if they knew. And if Mr. World left something out or didn't describe it completely, and others happened to know the corresponding content, she could use the same sites in the Spirit World chapter to seek a way to complete it. She thought this was even more important. The world wasn't surprised as he said in a low, hoarse voice, "In the 4th epoch, the apprentice pathway was controlled by the House of Abraham. Later, it flowed into the hands of the Tamara family, who had a long-term friendship with them. In the 5th epoch, which is the current epoch, the Theosophy order also has the apprentice and trickmaster potion formulas. It is widely believed to be related to the Abraham and Tamara families. Of course, there are also people who suspect that the Theosophy order is actually the demonist sect in disguise. Considering that Miss Magicians had already encountered a member of the House of Abraham, Klein manipulated the world to add, "It's said that the House of Abraham has been suffering from the curse of the bloodline for a long time. They have no choice but to live separately to avoid danger." Bloodline curse. Magicians, Furz's eyes widened as she thought of her own fate. Mrs. Elisa's husband belongs to the House of Abraham. That Mr. Lawrence also belongs to the House of Abraham? That's why she said that as long as one isn't a member of this family, one wouldn't be cursed. But I used that bracelet. It belongs to the House of Abraham? Furz's heart was once again bitten by regret. This was also the first time the hanging man Alger and Justice Audrey had heard of the House of Abraham's bloodline curse. They had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a moment. After a while, Magician's Furs took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Mr. World. Thank you, Mr. World. You have answered the greatest question in my heart. I will make a copy of the first chapter of Sights in the Spirit World after the gathering ends and offer it to Mr. Fool." "Mr. Fool, is that all right? The magicians are descendants of the House of Abraham? It's no wonder she can enter and exit the spirit world with her body. She must have the corresponding mystical item." The hanging man suddenly looked at her. "Furs is from the House of Abraham? She was born in an ancient family that dates back to the 4th epoch?" Justice Audrey nodded as though she was in thought. After receiving an affirmative answer from Mr. Fool, Magician's Furs relaxed and began searching for the Beyonder ingredients, Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and deep-sea marlin's blood. Unfortunately, sun hadn't gone out during this period of time, so he didn't find anything. As for the hanging man, he only mentioned that there were clues to the deep-sea marlin's blood. No one had obtained the wind-blessed potion formula, and Justice Audrey wasn't in a hurry to purchase the psychiatrist formula because she was about to join psychological alchemy. Klein originally wanted to sell either the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle, but considering how compatible the latter was with his spirit body, as well as the member's current financial situation, he temporarily gave up on the idea. The trading session quickly ended, and the gathering reached the stage where everyone shared their knowledge. Audrey slowly looked around and smiled. Chapter 399. Black Emperor? The hanging man, who was absent-mindedly listening to Miss Justice's narration, suddenly looked up, his gaze subconsciously turning sharp. Only then did he know that the card in Mr. Fool's hand was one of the cards of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. Its name was Dark Emperor. Does this have anything to do with Mr. Fool? The hanging man, Alger, quickly glanced at the end of the long bronze table before lowering his head. If it's really done by Mr. Fool's blessed, this matter definitely isn't simple. Alger listened carefully to Miss Justice's subsequent description. Magician's Furs, who had long learned of this matter from Zio and had some guesses, also secretly sized up Mr. Fool, hoping to figure out the truth from this hidden existence's reaction. However, the Fool remained as calm as usual in the thick gray fog. Similarly, Audrey, who didn't find anything, paused and continued. The victim was the tycoon, Capim. Many rumors point to him as the biggest human trafficker in Bakeland. Hero bandit Dark Emperor infiltrated his villa and took his life, and rescued many innocent girls imprisoned in the dungeon. When Capim's body was found, it was covered with a deck of tarot cards. His face was Judgment and the Emperor. She didn't mention the safe because she didn't think it was important. Covered in tarot cards? Is this our tarot's signature? Wait a minute. Human traffickers? The hanging man Alger keenly captured the phrase. He turned to the end of the long bronze table thoughtfully and asked humbly, Mr. Fool, is Capim related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves? The latter was a mission assigned to him by the Church of the Storm. He had once locked onto a suspect named Baron and asked Justice, magicians, and World in Bakeland to keep an eye out for him. Therefore, when he heard human traffickers, Alger instinctively believed that it had something to do with the disappearance of many tribes in the southern continent and the escape of many slaves from the many islands in the Sonia Sea. He believed that only such matters that seemed to contain a secret could pique Mr. Fool's interest. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool's blessed is acting independently. It's impossible for him to wait for everything to be arranged. He's like a puppet that's being manipulated. The hanging man Alger thought. Is Capim related to the recent disappearance of slaves in the colony? On careful thought, I can't rule out that possibility. There are 4 Beyonders in his villa. That's abnormal in itself. Even if a tycoon like him were to hire Beyonders as bodyguards, he would at most have 1 sequence 7 and 2 sequence 8 or 9 Beyonders. Back then, that Horus, including the mystical item, was equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. Klein was reminded by the hanging man's words, and he immediately thought of many things. He felt that the matter could be vaguely connected. However, he was unable to confirm his guess. All he could do was skip the hanged man's question and chuckle. He chuckled and said, My blessed made some trivial contributions in this matter. Indeed. Audrey's eyes lit up as she cheered inwardly. Indeed. This is the first thing I've encountered in real life related to tarot. Magician's Furs was half delighted and half wistful. The hanging man Alger believed that Mr. Fool's words had indirectly proved his guess. Capim, this human trafficker, was definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the help of a secret existence's blessed. And there was a high chance that the human trafficker and the disappearance of the slaves were related in some way. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak, the Fool Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and added leisurely, He obtained the remnant characteristics of 2 Beyonders in this matter. And he hopes to sell them as soon as possible. One of the 2 remnant characteristics corresponds to sequence 8 Sheriff, while the other corresponds to sequence 7 Interrogator. Sheriff, Interrogator. Isn't this the arbiter pathway that the Augustus family controls? Only members of the royal family, ancient nobles, and the military can obtain it. One of them is backing Capim? I can't rule out the possibility that it's the Faina Potter Kingdom's Castilla family. The hanging man Alger frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that the disappearance of the slaves wasn't that simple. Audrey's thoughts were similar to his. She never expected that the Beyonder in Capham's villa would be of the arbiter pathway. It's impossible for a faction that has the corresponding formula to collude with a human trafficker like Capham. Audrey pursed her lips slightly, feeling puzzled and confused. Sheriff? Furs knew that her good friend, Zio, was saving up for the potion ingredients for this sequence. She hurriedly sat up and asked in puzzlement, "Mr. Fool, what are the characteristics left behind by Beyonders?" This reaction was different from what I had expected. Shouldn't he have directly asked how many gold pounds? That's right. I don't recall telling Miss Magicians about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein was slightly taken aback as he deliberated over his tone. And at this moment Audrey took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Fool, can I answer this question? She will give you the corresponding remuneration directly." She was friends with Furs, and because she was worried that Mr. Fool wouldn't share his knowledge in that area, she volunteered. "No problem," Klein replied with a smile. "Miss Justice is always anxious for what I'm anxious for." He sighed inwardly. "Phew." Audrey silently heaved a sigh of relief and turned to face Furs. She deliberately didn't use a noble's pronunciation or words. "Do you want to know the answer? What are you willing to pay for it?" Magician's Furs nodded without hesitation. "Of course." She looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog and asked respectfully, "Mr. Fool, can I use another chapter of sights in the spirit world as payment?" She had specially emphasized, in addition, because she knew that the sights in the spirit world chapter for Mr. World had to be sacrificed to Mr. Fool first, and knowledge that could be browsed at any time didn't seem to have the value of a transaction. This didn't mean that she suspected that a god-level figure like Mr. Fool would peak, but she felt that changing the chapter would show more sincerity. Sometimes, powerful people only cared about your attitude. Furs had read similar sayings in many novels before. Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, replied in a nonchalant tone, "Sure. Thank you, Mr. Fool." Magician's Furs couldn't help but smile. Her intuition told her that she was about to come into contact with some secret high-level knowledge. Audrey was completely relieved as she smiled faintly and said, "In the Beyonder world, there is such a law. Remember, it's a law. In similar pathways, the total number of Beyonder characteristics is conserved. It won't decrease or increase. It will only be transferred from one thing to another, and it will only change from one form to another. Therefore, after a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. As long as you know the corresponding supplementary ingredients, you can use them to concoct the potion of that sequence. Well, except for the ones left behind by rampagers. There are too many latent dangers, so they can only be used as artifacts. After a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion? At this moment, Furs felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through her mind, allowing her to understand many things. So the relic Mrs. Alisa gave me was her own Beyonder characteristic. So every Beyonder is equivalent to a walking ingredient in the eyes of others. How dark! Furs clenched her fists tightly. She felt that the Beyonder world was essentially filled with madness. However, she didn't feel disgusted because she had consumed the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Alisa to advance. Instead, it gave her a faint sense of warmth. After losing her mother and before getting to know Zio, Mrs. Alisa was the person who treated her the best. To Furs, being able to inherit her relic and have her always be with her was a sad but warm experience. So that's how it is. The law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. In other words, the characteristics left behind by a Sheriff Beyonder are equivalent to all the main ingredients of that potion? Furs asked in a bid for confirmation. Yes. Audrey also thought of Zio. Magician's Furs immediately stood up and bowed to the mysterious existence that was looking down at everything. Mr. Fool, can you ask your adorer to keep the Beyonder characteristic of Sheriff for a while longer? I want to buy it, but I don't have enough money for the time being. Give me another week, all right? Sure. Klein put on an attitude that said he didn't care about the matter at all. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "How many pounds does your adorer want for this?" Each Beyonder ingredient corresponding to a sequence 8 is about 300 pounds. Klein smiled. 600 pounds. After reporting the number, he immediately changed the topic to show that he didn't care about the characteristics left behind by a sequence 8 Beyonder. He looked around and conjured a few pieces of parchment. This is part of the meaning of Roselle's secret symbols. It's considered free knowledge so that you can better collect the diary. This included the number and the date. The reason why Klein taught the tarot members this knowledge was because he was afraid that they would buy fake goods in the future. Just from the date alone, I can at least eliminate most fake products. Klein chuckled inwardly. Audrey and the others were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to receive such a harvest in the end. Although they had already discovered that the secret symbols on the parchment were the simplest ones, they believed that this was a good start. If there was a first, there would be a second and a third. After a few more exchanges, Klein said in a calm tone, "Let's call it a day." "As you wish." Audrey, Alger, and the others stood up at the same time and bowed. Chapter 400. After returning to the real world, Furs sat in front of her desk and thought about the matters related to the House of Abraham. She had a brand new understanding of the few words mentioned in the mysticism notebooks. So that's how it is. It's no wonder Mrs. Alisa wasn't willing to inform Mr. Lawrence of her and her husband's deaths. Come to think of it, the House of Abraham is really pitiful and sorrowful. Furs muttered to herself and took out sights in the spirit world from a pile of ordinary books. She planned on copying the first and second chapters. For this, she entered cogitation and adjusted her breathing, hoping to be in her best state. Otherwise, just copying the contents of sites in the spirit world would bring her mania and chaos. These words clearly don't have any spirituality, but once they are combined to describe those absurd scenes, it seems to have the ability to affect a person's emotions. I'll rest for 5 minutes every 5 minutes. I don't want to lose control because of this. Furs took out a small and exquisite pocket watch and placed it diagonally in front of the desk. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek woke up. His eyes were filled with the reflection of lightning that illuminated everything. He looked around, but he didn't feel like he was being monitored. However, the hanged man's accurate inference and calm and confident attitude towards the previous matter made Derek believe that his guess wasn't wrong. He believed that there had to be one or a few Beyonders with special powers spying on him in the dark. Besides, Mr. Fool didn't deny it. Derek got up and habitually stretched his body. During this process, some of the hanging man's analysis and suggestions quickly surfaced in his mind. Up to now, no one has found you or locked you in the dungeon. This means that your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council are more inclined to observe. They hope to find a way for the entire City of Silver to escape from the Forsaken Land from the first living person they've met in more than 2,000 years, Amon. Therefore, under the premise that you don't do anything too out of line, they definitely won't rashly alarm you, lest Amon discovers anything amiss. This way, their surveillance won't be too close, at least not when you're awake. And because of this, there's a high chance that they didn't discover that you had already coughed out that worm of time. Their subsequent reactions also indirectly proved this point. Similarly, they should only be able to observe what kind of ritual you are performing, but they won't be able to figure out who you are praying to. If it were me, I would definitely suspect that it has something to do with Amon. Based on the above reasons, you can openly complete the bestowment ritual and push all the blame onto Amon. Of course, you have to pretend to be sufficiently cautious and careful. You have to be prepared to be examined by a psyche analyst or other beyonder of different sequences after everything ends. On this matter, you can seek Mr. Fool's help. According to the hanging man's suggestion, Derek circled the table twice, carefully closed the window, lit the candles, and set up the bestowment ritual. Above the gray fog, in the towering ancient palace, bored, Klein looked at the stone pillars that supported the dome. He felt that this building, which was based on his thoughts, looked like an Athenian temple. Is this because of my own subconscious? His thoughts wandered. At this moment, the crimson star corresponding to sun emitted a bright light. Ripples quickly spread out, condensing into an illusory and mysterious door. And above the gray fog, a small amount of power was stirred as it flowed like water. Upon hearing the layered pleas, Klein lowered his head and looked at the all-black eye in front of him. I hope little son doesn't lose it. Otherwise, Mr. World will have to sacrifice himself heroically. It was precisely because of the all-black eye that Klein, who wasn't a marionettist, could secretly control the fake world, making him appear as though he had flesh and blood. Once he lost this item, he could only let World die to prevent the magic trick from being exposed. Amidst his wistful thoughts, Klein emanated his spirituality, stirring the flowing gray fog's powers to surge towards the illusory door. He forcefully pushed open a gap and stabilized the transmission passageway. Right on the heels of that, he placed the all-black eye into a metal box and threw it into the gap of the mysterious door. He then said in a seemingly casual manner, "Do not touch the items inside." After doing all of this, he didn't stay any longer. This was because he knew that little son wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to take action so quickly. This was because he didn't know when Miss Magicians would finish copying the 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World. Extending his spirituality, Klein's figure suddenly disappeared above the gray fog. City of Silver, Berg household. Just as Derek saw an iron black box appear on the altar, he heard Mr. Fool's familiar voice. Do not touch the items inside. Do not touch them directly. Derek memorized this reminder and decided to carry it out without any reservations. After thanking the Fool and Mr. World and ending the bestowment ritual, he carefully opened the metal box and examined the items inside. It was a completely black eye without a pupil. Just looking at it caused Derek's mind to be in chaos, and his thoughts to slow down. There were faint, unreal, and somewhat crazy murmurs in his ears. Shivering violently, Derek closed the lid of the metal box, picked up a pure silver dagger, and used the method of creating a wall of spirituality to completely seal the metal box. Then, he placed the metal box into a secret pocket inside his clothes, attached the axe of Hurricane, and headed straight for the training field. The exploratory team members had yet to be released from their disguised quarantine. However, Derek didn't plan on taking action today. He followed Mr. the Hanging Man's teachings and planned on observing the situation first before patiently waiting for an opportunity. Of course, if he encountered a great opportunity, he had to take action as expected. After entering the training field, Derek circled the exploratory team's area and saw that they were gathered in 2s and 3s, conversing softly. However, once they noticed that someone was watching them, they would immediately stop and stand there in silence. From time to time, they would take a few steps forward, as though they were zombies that had just crawled out from the depths of the darkness. If I were to remove the wall of spirituality now and let the feeling of Mr. World's item spread out, how would they react? Would they turn their heads at the same time and look at me? Derek imagined the scene of everyone turning their heads in unison and coldly looking at him. For some reason, he felt an indescribable fear. He took a deep breath and told himself to be patient, to wait and not to panic. City of Silver, top of the spire, in the chief's room. Demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the shadowy corner of the wall. A figure contorted and stood up. It swayed slightly and said with a voice that sounded like metal rubbing against each other, "Your Excellency, Derek Berg has held another ritual. Your Excellency, Derek Berg held another ritual. According to my observations, it should be a bestowment ritual. It's very similar to the sacrificial ritual we usually do, but the difference is that he received a response and was given an iron-black square box. I can't see what's inside, but it gives me a very sinister and dangerous feeling. At this point, the shadow implored anxiously, Your Excellency, this must be done by that mysterious person. Your Excellency, this must be the orders of that mysterious person. We must take action. We can't ignore this any longer. Otherwise, Derek Berg will sooner or later summon an evil god or similar existence to destroy the entire city of Silver. Colin's expression turned abnormally heavy. He stood up and slowly paced. Let's wait a little longer. Up to now, we still haven't figured out the goal of the mysterious person who calls himself Amon. We don't understand why he only sent an avatar over after discovering the city of Silver and patiently stayed in the underground prison for 42 years. If he only wanted to destroy us, he wouldn't have done such incomprehensible actions. Let's wait a little longer. This might be our hope, the hope to survive when the apocalypse comes. Just as he said that, a bolt of lightning streaked across the window, illuminating the pitch-black sky and the dark room. It was almost evening when Klein waited for Miss Magician's prayer. Through the sacrificial ritual, he obtained the first 2 chapters of sights in the spirit world. When he sat in the seat belonging to the fool, he leisurely flipped through the transcribed notes and read them line by line. He was surprised to find himself gradually becoming a little manic. What's going on? Those words clearly don't have any spirituality, and the paper is ordinary. It's impossible for it to be a sealed artifact. How can it affect my mental state? Furthermore, I'm above the gray fog that can even isolate the influence of a true god. Klein frowned, leaned back, and carefully recalled the contents of the Book of Secrets regarding similar phenomena. Before long, he roughly understood the reason. When describing certain existences, even if it was purely textual content, it would still affect the reader's thoughts and mental state. Among them, the most terrifying were the records related to true gods. A book that explained a particular deity in detail would make every reader go crazy or distort their worldview. There was a high chance that Beyonders would directly lose control. As for sights in the spirit world, it came from an ancestor of the House of Abraham. He recorded all sorts of strange things he had encountered while traveling the spirit world. In the first chapter, he described the light in the spirit world, believing that the 7 pure lights of different colors contained infinite knowledge of different domains. No matter where a traveler was in the spirit world, they would be able to see them covering the height. And what was even more surprising was that the 7 magical lights were alive. They were like the various spirit bodies that lingered in the area. They were alive. In the field of mysticism, the goal of many secret deed rituals was actually the 7 pure light. Through their secret compatibility, one could obtain a certain amount of knowledge. Therefore, many mysticism experts addressed the 7 pure lights as master or teacher. With regards to this, the 7 pure lights seemed to be very happy. They even roped in many spirit world creatures and established a secret organization that specialized in teaching people knowledge, the Pure Light Brotherhood. Chapter 401. With the help of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein quickly recovered his mental state and continued reading the 2nd chapter of Sights in the Spirit World. The owner of the notebook, a traveler from the House of Abraham, claimed that he had encountered an elder in a lemon-yellow robe when he wandered deep into the spirit world. The elder's body was translucent, and he looked abnormally similar to the surrounding spirit world creatures. However, his attitude was surprisingly kind. The traveler from the House of Abraham conversed with the elder for a while, and he was surprised to learn that the elder was one of the 7 pure lights that covered the highest point of the spirit world, Yellow Light Venathan. Venathan told the traveler from the House of Abraham that his traits were rationality and adaptability. He was the symbol of astrology, and his corresponding gem was emerald. He mentioned a prophecy that came from himself rather worriedly: gaze from the starry sky. The land will split apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. He believed that this was the final apocalypse that would come within 200 years, and that nothing in the world would be spared. The traveler from the house of Abraham didn't think much of it and didn't ask further. Instead, he asked about how to remove the curse on his family's bloodline. Yellow Light Venathan told him that, in a sense, it was indeed a curse, but it had a completely different nature from the curses in mysticism. The solution lay in the future, in the hands of an apprentice who had received the help of a secret existence. He also warned the traveler from the house of Abraham that the day the curse was lifted was the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. As for what calamity it was, he said that he wasn't sure either. He believed that it involved a mighty existence at the level of a deity. In the second chapter of Sights in the Spirit World, the owner of the notebook also mentioned something else that Yellow Light Venathan had mentioned. The ruler of the Pure Light Brotherhood, the 7 pure lights, would often enter the world in the real world. Through different methods, they would transform into humans and teach them the corresponding knowledge. Since the 5th epoch, many mentor-level figures in various fields were their incarnations. For example, the greatest astrologer in the past 1,000 years, D. Forsman, who had proven that the current world was a planet, was the human incarnation of Yellow Light Venathan. The owner of the notebook made a guess. Roselle Gustav, who was known as a mentor in many fields, might be the embodiment of that pure light. No, he's not. If you really want to think of it that way, then he's probably a green light. Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. Based on this, he determined that the owner of the notebook wasn't an ancient beyonder. And from the fact that the other party didn't address Roselle as emperor, this trip to the spirit world had likely taken place when Roselle was in consul, or when he had just become emperor and hadn't gained widespread recognition. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the beyonders of the House of Abraham refused to recognize any emperor other than the tutor. A traveler who can travel the spirit world isn't a low sequence. And if he was a high sequence beyonder, Mr. Dorr would have long been rescued, and the so-called bloodline curse would no longer exist. Therefore, the owner of the notebook is a sequence 5 beyonder, or a sequence 6 with the help of a mystical item. Although the House of Abraham has declined, it's not weak. Why is Yellow Light Venathan's prophecy extremely similar to what the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order claim, that the apocalypse will eventually come? From the time I just calculated, it's only 20 to 30 years before the apocalypse? Klein frowned as he thought. Roselle became consul in 1173, and it was now November 1349, 176 years ago. And back then, Yellow Light Venathan had prophesied that it would be within 200 years. Considering that Klein had only calculated the interval, it was possible that it would be 24 to 50 years before the apocalypse. Roselle became emperor in 1192 and was assassinated in 1198. Although the first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World didn't have any practical knowledge, it had completely broadened his horizons. It allowed him to learn a lot about the situation in the spirit world, as well as the existence of the 7 pure lights and the Pure Light Brotherhood. As it turns out, when I advanced, transformed into a spirit body, and held the corresponding ritual, the pure brilliance that I could see at an extremely high place that contained countless knowledge was the pure light of the spirit world. Moreover, they were alive and had their own thoughts. How fascinating! The first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World aren't completely devoid of practical knowledge. At the very least, I know that Yellow Light's true name is Venathan, and that its corresponding gem is emerald. I know many details, and I can design some secret deed rituals that point to it, but it's temporarily useless. Klein pondered for a moment, closed the notebook he had copied, and returned to the real world. Compared to channeling Yellow Light Venathan, he had more important matters to attend to. Klein took out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote a letter to the inventor, Leopard. He asked where the patent approval for the bicycle was at, why it hadn't been successful, and if he needed the help of a lawyer. With the establishment of the Magician's Code, the complete digestion of the potion wouldn't take more than 2 months. He had to save up enough Beyonder ingredients for his advancement to sequence 6 faceless as soon as possible. Among them, the sun might provide one for free because of the all-black eye, but the other still required Klein to think of a way himself. According to what he knew, the corresponding Beyonder ingredients for sequence 6 were basically more than £1,500, and they were often priceless. Apart from the 2 main ingredients, the supplementary ingredients included the blood of a 1,000-faced hunter and the hair of a deep-sea naga. They were 2 extremely rare items that were rich in spirituality, and they were similarly expensive. It's really hard to earn money, but it's easy to spend it. If only the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and interrogator Beyonder characteristic could be sold. I can't even waste 1 solely and 1 penny. Klein sealed the envelope and stuck a stamp on it. He didn't need to count to know how much money he had. £624 in notes, 5 £1 gold coins, 7 solely notes, and some copper pennies. By the way, there's also the £600 that Miss Magicians and Miss Zio will pay for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. I hope they can raise the money as soon as possible. Klein silently blessed the 2 ladies. You're saying that the Beyonder circle you just joined has 2 Beyonder ingredients for the Sheriff potion, and the price is very fair, a total of £600? Zio widened her eyes as she asked furiously. She had just returned from East Borough to investigate who had been asking about Capham recently. Yes, it's a very reputable seller. The only problem is that the assessment is very strict. I won't be able to bring you into that circle in a short period of time, Furs said the truth. That's great. Zio didn't suspect her friend and took 2 steps forward in excitement. Suddenly, her expression collapsed. But I don't have enough money. The corners of Furs's mouth twitched. How many pounds do you have now? Including the initial payment of £30 for this commission, I have a total of £310. I'm still short by half. Zio scratched her short blonde hair. Let me think, where can I borrow £300? The bank won't give a bounty hunter like me a loan, and those loan sharks charge too much interest. Perhaps I can find Miss Audrey? She had heard from her friend that she had recently bought the Trickmaster potion formula and spent a total of £450, so she had no intention of borrowing money from Furs. Why are we all so poor? Furs couldn't help but sigh. Miss Audrey hasn't been out much recently. She seems to be busy with other matters, so it might not be timely to borrow money from her. We can first look for Viscount Glaint. If it's too late, I'll help you pay for it. I still have £430. That's enough. Zio blinked her eyes and suddenly lowered her head. She said in a deep voice, Furs, you're so nice. When I advance to Sheriff, I'll be able to earn even more money. Furs smiled and shook her head. So, how about you clean up the room today? City of Silver. Derek left the training field and returned to his home. He had already asked the exploratory team members when they would be released from quarantine and received the answer, when the lightning calms down today. Sitting at the old wooden table, Derek deliberated over his plan again and recalled Mr. the Hanging Man's reminder. If there's no suitable audience that can testify for you, you might as well make use of the Beyonders monitoring you. But how do I know when I'm being monitored? Mr. the Hanging Man said it with certainty, but it wasn't detailed enough. Derek had many doubts, but he couldn't find a way to confirm it. Although he was embarrassed to ask Mr. Fool for advice on this question, considering that this concerned the survival of the City of Silver, he mustered his courage. He lowered his voice and chanted the Fool's honorific name, briefly describing the difficulties he had encountered. After a while, he saw Mr. Fool sitting in the middle of the endless gray fog and heard a concise response. Touch the item in the metal box for no more than 3 heartbeats. Be prepared in advance and pay attention to the source of the black lines. That simple? Derek thanked Mr. Fool in pleasant surprise. He adjusted his posture and quietly reached his hand into a hidden pocket inside his clothes. With the wall of spirituality removed, Derek's fingers opened the metal box and carefully probed inside. Suddenly, he touched a cold object and black, illusory lines appeared in front of him. At the same time, his mind buzzed, and an illusory roar seemed to pour into his ears. Derek's body twitched violently as tears and snot flowed down his face from the pain. He almost forgot what he wanted to do, but fortunately, his line of sight was where the illusory black lines gathered. There seemed to be a shadow in the dark corner. Derek immediately retracted his hand, as if he had touched a red-hot soldering iron. He lay down, twitching as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't close his mouth at all as saliva dripped down. After nearly a minute, Derek recovered, closed the metal box again, and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. He stood up and drank a mouthful of cold water. He already knew that someone was monitoring him. After an unknown period of time, Derek suddenly heard knocking on the door. "Who is it?" he asked blankly. A cheerful voice came from outside the room. "It's me, Dark. The exploration team has been released from quarantine." Chapter 402. Dark? The other party's image surfaced in Derek's mind. He was of medium height, slightly plump, and was known for his strength. He was an optimistic and cheerful youth with a bright smile. He was his classmate in general education and a teammate in the patrol team. But after returning from the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple, he had become solemn and only smiled at everyone. Whenever he recalled Dark Regence's changes, Derek shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Shouldn't he be going home after being released from quarantine? In the blink of an eye, many questions arose in Derek's mind. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Elder Lovia knows that I suspect that something has happened to them, so she sent Dark to deal with me? Derek was first alarmed and filled with fear. Then, he felt that it probably wasn't a bad thing. Mr. the Hanging Man said, "If there's no suitable audience that can testify for you, you might as well use the Beyonder monitoring you. And now, the person monitoring me is in that corner. If Dark were to suddenly attack me, it would definitely expose the fact that there's something wrong with them. This way, even if I don't use Mr. World's item, things can still proceed smoothly." Phew! Derek turned his head to look out the window. At this moment, the frequency of lightning had dropped to its lowest. Every 1 or 2 minutes, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the sky. The entire world and the entire city of Silver were in deep darkness most of the time. If he was alone at home, Derek wouldn't have found a candle to light. He preferred to lie quietly in bed and think about all sorts of things. Of course, he knew that this was actually rather dangerous. If there wasn't any light to disperse the darkness, monsters might suddenly appear even inside the city of Silver. However, Derek was a light suppliant, and he had a certain amount of light attributes, so he wasn't too afraid of such things happening. Knock, knock. Dark knocked on the door 3 more times, as if urging his master. He wasn't like this in the past. He was very polite. Derek suddenly felt a strong sense of sorrow. He took out a candle from the wooden box and placed it in the middle of the table. Then, he rubbed his fingers and created a golden flame. The flame lit the candle, filling the room with a dim but warm glow, accompanied by a pungent fragrance. The candles of the City of Silver were mainly made from the oil extracted from the bodies of monsters. Due to the different sources, they had different flavors. Taking a deep breath, Derek walked to the door with extreme caution and opened it. "Why are you so slow?" Dark asked with a smile. "Looking for candles," Derek replied. He didn't dare to leave his back to the other party, so he walked side by side with his classmate and teammate. They walked back to the table and sat down. "These are freshly dried doom fruit. Do you want some?" Dark took out a small cloth bag from his waist and asked with a smile. The doom fruit was one of the extremely rare snacks in the City of Silver. It came from a plant called the doom blood vine. This creature didn't need light and grew by absorbing the nutrients from rotting corpses. It had a certain tendency to attack and was considered a relatively common weak monster. Every doom's blood vine would bear many thumb-sized black fruits that could be eaten directly. They were crispy and fragrant, but they were unable to fill a human's stomach or provide the necessary supplements. They could only be used as a daily pastime. The merit points obtained from a single patrol could be exchanged for several large bags. No, it's fine. Derek shook his head cautiously. All right. Dark poured out a pile of black fruits from the small cloth bag. He picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching noises. Derek thought for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Did you encounter any monsters in the underground part of the temple?" Dark stopped chewing and replied with a smile, "There were quite a few, but they weren't very powerful. They were easily wiped out by us. That place has been destroyed for a long time, so the powerful monsters should have long left." He paused for a second and curled the corners of his mouth. "We found some strange plants at the bottom of the temple. They look like the mushrooms recorded in general education classes. They look especially bright and make one hungry at a glance. After confirming that they can be eaten directly, they can increase one's spirituality and strengthen one's physique. If it's paired with roasted monsters, it will emit an unimaginable fragrance." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized mushroom-shaped object from another small cloth bag. Its handle was as white as jade, and its cap was bright red and crystalline. It was dotted with dark golden spots. Derek couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw the plant, as though he had been starving for days. Under the dim candlelight, the beautiful mushroom-shaped object constantly swirled with an alluring luster. It was especially appetizing, making it hard for one to control their appetite. "Here's one for you." Dark smiled warmly. Okay. Derek almost took action on the spot. He picked up the mushroom-shaped plant and stuffed it into his mouth, but in the end, he endured it and forced himself to open his mouth. "I'll give it a try tomorrow." Dark didn't say anything else as he pushed the mushroom in front of Derek and continued to chew on the doom fruit. Derek spent a great deal of effort to move his gaze away from the mushroom. He asked with great difficulty, "Did you discover anything during this exploration?" "Yes." Dark stopped eating his snacks and held a black doom fruit in his hand. He replied very seriously, "We found many murals, connected murals. Do you remember the statue in the temple?" "Yes." Derek glanced at Mushroom and nodded. A huge cross with a naked man hanging upside down nailed to it. Its surface was deliberately smeared with a lot of blood. Dark twirled the doom fruit in his hand. The newly discovered murals tell us that the builders of the temple believed that the statue represented the Lord who created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God. They believed that the Lord did not abandon this land, but helped us bear most of the sins when the cataclysm came. Therefore, he changed from standing upright to hanging upside down, from walking freely to being nailed to the cross, and shed blood for us. God's grace is as boundless as the sea. We are not abandoned people. Instead, we are doted on. Without the Lord bearing the sins and bleeding for us, the City of Silver would have long been destroyed. Humans would have long ceased to exist. However, in the outside world, in the lone kingdom where Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice are, there's no curse at all. There's no extreme darkness, and there aren't all sorts of monsters in the depths of the darkness. We aren't blessed, Derek silently retorted. If that's true, we just need to change some of the symbols and corresponding honorific names during the ritual, and we will be able to obtain the Lord's response again. Dark endlessly described the murals at the bottom of the temple and voiced his guess. As for Derek, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of the mushroom. "No, I can't eat it. If I eat it, I might end up like Dark and the others, completely corrupted by the fallen creator and become a fanatical believer. Even if there's someone monitoring me, they won't discover any problems. Derek felt a sense of horror as he felt that he had to do something to escape his current situation. Chase Dark away and return the mushroom to him? But that would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity. Opportunity. Derek subconsciously cast his gaze towards the dim yellow candle flame that was quietly burning. "I'll get you a glass of water." He quickly went through the plan he had discussed with Mr. the Hanging Man and stood up calmly. As Dark nodded, he threw the thumb-sized black doom fruit into his mouth, causing a crisp smacking sound to echo. As Derek poured the water, he deliberately slowed down his movements, lowered his head, and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. At the end, he said, "Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you accept his offerings. I pray that you open the door to the kingdom." Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew in the room, and the powers of nature produced obvious fluctuations under the influence of the incantation. At the same time, Dark, who had just picked up a black doom fruit, suddenly raised his head and looked at Derek, who was facing him. What happened? Derek didn't answer. He pressed down on the axe of Hurricane with one hand and reached into his pocket with the other, removing the wall of spirituality on the outer layer of the metal box. The faint ravings and the feeling of evil and depravity began to vaguely and weakly emanate outwards. Derek cast his gaze at Dark with abnormal wariness, only to see his classmate and teammate's expression suddenly turn gloomy. Traces of redness appeared in his blue eyes. The doom fruit in his hand had strangely lost its blackness and was dyed with a slightly pale color. It wasn't a doom fruit. It was a finger, a bloody finger, a human finger. The pile of doom fruits on the table was actually a bunch of human fingers. The bright mushroom had also changed in appearance. It was no longer as beautiful, and it no longer had a luster that aroused one's appetite. It was a layer of blood-stained scalp with short black hair. Dark stared at Derek and opened his mouth. His voice was cold and ethereal. "What are you doing?" 15 Minsk Street, Bakelin. Klein, who had already crawled into bed and was in the warm world, heard a prayer that seemed to come from Little Sunday. He struggled to get out of bed and created a wall of spirituality. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, he wasn't in a hurry to examine Little Sun's request. Instead, he got the Dark Emperor card, the paper figurines, and other items to be neatly placed on the long bronze table in front of him. According to the Hanging Man's idea, the scene where Sun stimulated the members of the exploration team to mutate would be in the sacrificial ritual. This way, when the matter was over, it would be quite simple to make the item borrowed by the world disappear from the scene. With no evidence, all the problems could then be pushed to Amon. As for Mr. Fool Klein, he had nonchalantly agreed to Little Sun's request to simplify the ritual and only do the key steps. Chapter 403. City of Silver, Berg Household. Looking at the blood-stained scalp with short black hair, Derek suddenly thought of what it looked like just now. It was a beautiful and alluring mushroom. He nearly couldn't control himself and swallowed it. And the doom fruit that Dark wanted to treat him to, the doom fruit that produced a crunching sound when chewed on, was actually a bloody, pale-skinned human finger. At that moment, Derek's stomach convulsed violently, and a sour liquid surged to his throat. He resisted the urge to vomit and quickly sang a line of lyrics with a croaky voice. "God, please descend upon this place. The enemies shall be dispersed, and the believers shall rejoice." The song revealed a hint of warmth and holiness. Derek felt all the discomfort in his body calm down, and his spirituality became abundant and lively. His courage, his strength, and his agility were all significantly enhanced by the song. This was the beyonder power of a sequence 9 bard. Dark stared at his classmate and former teammate who was singing softly, and his expression turned gloomy. The way he spoke became more and more inhuman. "What's on your body? What's on your body? What's on your body? Suddenly, strips protruded out of Dark's clothes, as if a nest of vipers had been stuffed underneath, and they were slithering and wriggling non-stop. Whoosh, whoosh. Bloody strips of flesh pierced through the black tight-fitting clothes, and the surface was covered in rough skin with body hair. The strips of flesh danced outwards, making Dark look like a blood-colored, soft-furred hedgehog. With a whoosh, the strips of flesh surged towards Derek, who was standing at his original spot. Derek was also a patrol member who had seen quite a number of monsters, so he didn't panic too much in the face of such a situation. He twisted his waist, raised his arm, and swung down the axe of hurricane that he had long held in his hand. The axe of hurricane cleaved at a few bloody strips of flesh, directly chopping them off and causing them to fall to the ground. However, because it was nighttime in the City of Silver, this strike didn't bring about any lightning. More blood-colored strips of flesh surged over, wrapping around the axe of hurricane over and over again, refusing to let go. Seeing that he couldn't retract his weapon, a pure light suddenly lit up in Derek's eyes, as if two small suns had descended into the room. His other hand was already in front of his mouth and nose, as if he was praying. Silently, a bright beam of light that was burning with flames fell from the sky and hit the bloody strips of flesh that were entangled together. Dark couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream, and many bloody strips of flesh fell to the ground, charred and broken. They struggled and pulsed as if they were alive. The spirituality contained in the blood-colored meat strips, which were no longer under the control of the original owner, gradually fused with the natural forces stirred by the sacrificial ritual incantation, gathering into a red wave that grew more and more intense. This wave plunged into the dim candle flame, causing the latter to suddenly expand, forming an illusory and mysterious door. Derek had long drawn the secret symbol of the Fool on the candle. This was the preparation they had made in advance. All of this formed a sacrificial ritual that had simple steps but complete elements. Crack! As the seat shattered, Dark pounced at Derek with the waving bloody strips of flesh. There was no fear or nervousness in his eyes, only the purest and most burning desire. And at this moment Klein, who was above the gray fog, responded. Amidst the unreal creaking sound, the illusory door with many strange patterns cracked open a crack. Behind the crack was a deep darkness. In the darkness, there were countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. At the top of these shadows, there were 7 rays of pure light of different colors that seemed to contain infinite knowledge. And above the brilliance was an endless grayish-white fog. It was an ancient palace that overlooked the gray fog. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out from a dark corner and covered Dark, who was closest to it. The bloody strips of flesh that were dancing around Dark were completely enveloped by the pitch-black, sticky liquid. His entire body had become like a cat that had entered an opaque bag. The shadow didn't stop. It rapidly extended across the ground and surged towards Derek, who had already dodged to another spot. It shouted sternly, "Stop! What are you doing?" As a monitor, his original plan was to observe the changes from the sidelines and record the corresponding abnormalities. When the situation became uncontrollable, he would then take action to stop the two parties that were acting strangely. But when he saw the illusory door covered with strange symbols and labels crack open, he was shocked by the deep, mysterious, lofty, and majestic scene inside. His intuition told him that it had something to do with the terrifying evil god, so he had no choice but to notify Derek while taking action in a hurry, in an attempt to forcefully interrupt Dark's attempt to sacrifice himself to that existence. However, Dark had long determined his location, and the area he chose for himself was far away from him. Therefore, in order to control the youth who had been possessed by the mysterious Amon, the monitor, Shadow, could only first circle around or control Dark regions. And he chose the latter, because Dark was clearly abnormal. Leaving his back to him was an absolutely foolish move. Seizing this opportunity, Dark took out the iron box from his hidden pocket and threw it at the illusory door formed by the candle flames. He threw it at the crack that presented a magical scene. As the iron box disappeared, the door covered with strange symbols and labels closed with a clang, and then quickly disappeared. At this moment, Derek remembered Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations. He deliberately contorted the muscles on his face and ferociously faced the shadow. Before the shadow covered him, he suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that he covered his mouth and fell to the ground. The pitch-black shadow spread over and completely enveloped him. The room returned to silence, but there were two huge black chrysalises on the ground. After a while, the pitch-black, sticky liquid shrank back and condensed into a shadow again. As the chrysalises disappeared, Derek and Dark's figures appeared again. The former had fallen unconscious, but a strange worm with 12 transparent rings fell from his hand. The latter had already turned into a lump of flesh and blood, squirming and roaring as it prepared to attack. Faced with this situation, the Monitor had no choice but to divert a portion of his strength and once again use the shadow-like black liquid to envelop the mutated Dark Regents. Looking at the pale fingers scattered on the ground and the blood-stained scalp with short black hair, the Monitor couldn't help but draw a deep breath. He used his Beyonder powers to control the shadows outside, forming a tidal wave to inform the chief inside the spire again. After doing this, he seriously examined Derek's situation and saw the strange, translucent worm. This, the avatar that Amon hid in Derek's body, is dead? The Monitor muttered in surprise. He recalled Dark's strangeness, the terrifying mutation, and the mushroom and doom fruit that didn't seem to have any problems at all. He vaguely had a guess. Amon might be a sworn enemy of the mastermind behind the corruption of Dark. In order to destroy the other party's plot, he didn't mind losing an avatar. Derek's visit to the training ground to observe the expedition team and report them to the chief were both attempts made by Amon without exposing himself. As for the mastermind behind the corruption of Dark, he had vaguely discovered Derek's strangeness, so he had sent Dark to control him. The blood-stained scalp and fingers were props to achieve his goal. With this in mind, the overseer suddenly agreed with the chief's worries. The final apocalypse or an even greater calamity was really coming. That was why the City of Silver had repeatedly encountered such strange things. They had repeatedly encountered mysterious existences that hid in the depths of the darkness. Spire, in the chief's room. The shadow described everything that had happened in its entirety. The white-haired, scarred Colin Iliad listened quietly and nodded slightly. Derek, or rather Amon, had indeed made preparations ahead of time. The candle with the symbol engraved on it, the evil item that could expose Dark's problem, the excuse of pouring water to make him pray in a low voice, and the sacrificial ritual to send away the item all indicate that the entire matter was developing according to his plan. 2 questions. First, who does the secret symbol on the candle point to? Amon's main body or the deity behind him? Second, why would Amon rather not have this avatar and expose the abnormality of the expedition team? Is it because he's a sworn enemy of the entity behind the curtains? Then, why did he stay quietly in the City of Silver for 42 years? Could it be that he had predicted this matter ahead of time, so he deliberately met the expedition team from before and let his avatar reside in their bodies, so as to destroy the plot of the entity behind the curtains? 42 years of waiting was all for this moment? Upon hearing the chief's question, the Shadow Monitor suddenly said in enlightenment, "Perhaps that's the case. Your Excellency, think about it. Your Excellency, think about it. Why did Amon wait patiently for 42 years before suddenly causing Utter to lose control after Derek locked him up next door? Because the time in the prophecy is coming. He is in a hurry to change to a parasite that can move freely and destroy the plot of the one behind the curtain." Indeed, we were only thinking about what was wrong with Derek and didn't consider the timing, the City of Silver's chief, Colin, replied thoughtfully. The Shadow Watcher immediately said, "Your Excellency, Please take control of all the members of this exploration team immediately. There's definitely something wrong with them. And Elder Lovia, there's a high chance that she's been contaminated as well. Colin frowned slightly. Before you reported this, even before Dark left, Lovia came to me and told me that she suspected that the members of the exploration team had been contaminated by something. She suggested that we monitor them in secret and let them guard Elder Hoyk's inverted mausoleum if necessary. Hoyk was the former chief of the City of Silver. He had built a mausoleum that went deep underground for himself. After that, he lived inside and appeared less and less. Finally, the door closed and could no longer be opened. Elder Lovia mentioned the anomaly a long time ago? The Shadow Watcher asked in surprise. After receiving an affirmative answer, he muttered in a half-doubtful and half-relaxed manner, "That's right. As long as Elder Lovia is fine." Chapter 404. In the dark and sturdy room, Derek Berg, who was pretending to be unconscious, suddenly stood up. His axe of hurricane had been taken away and sent for inspection. All the pockets on his clothes had been emptied, leaving nothing behind. Derek took a deep breath and calmly looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up like two tiny suns, causing everything in the room to be reflected in his eyes. There was only a table and 2 chairs. Other than that, there was a stone floor with strange patterns. On the table was a half-used candle. This was a standard configuration in every room in the City of Silver, because once it was dark for too long, monsters might suddenly appear. Derek didn't hesitate any longer. He sat down and reached out to pick up the half-used candle. Following that, he broke and tore the candle into 3 sections. One section took up 3/4 of the original length, and the other 2 sections shared the remaining quarter. After Derek's adjustments, the 3 sections of the candle's wick all protruded out. But he rubbed his fingers, creating a golden flame that lit the 3 candles. The 2 at the top represented Mr. Fool, and the remaining 1 represented Derek himself. After finishing his preparations, Derek didn't follow the normal procedure of burning the herbal powder. Instead, he dripped in the essential oil and leaned back. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Fool and quickly entered a state of cogitation. He chanted it over and over again in a monotonous and repetitive manner, as if he was constantly hypnotizing himself. With the help of cogitation, Derek entered a strange state where his mind was asleep and his spirituality was emanating. His entire being was muddled, but he maintained a strange lucidity. His mind kept drifting upwards, getting higher and higher. This was artificial sleepwalking, and with Mr. Fool's permission, Derek could simplify some of the unnecessary steps. Above the gray fog in the towering ancient palace, the Fool Klein, who was playing with the all-black eye, suddenly saw the crimson star that symbolized Little Sun expand and condense into a humanoid phantom. The power of the mysterious space was stirred a little. Seeing this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because it meant that Little Sun had completed the relatively more dangerous preliminary tasks, and all that was left was the final, finishing touches. Without any delay, Klein immediately put down the all-black eye and picked up the Dark Emperor card. His level, his status, instantly rose, causing the power above the gray fog to submit to him one by one. Then, he grabbed a paper figurine, shook his wrist, and threw it at the crimson star corresponding to Sunday. The paper doll merged with the power that flowed like water and quickly expanded into a giant angel with 12 pairs of black wings. The angel pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with Little Sun's phantom. It burned silently and turned into ashes in less than a second. At this point, Klein could no longer influence the situation in the City of Silver. As for whether his angel substitute could help Little Sun successfully pass the subsequent inquiries and investigations, he didn't have absolute confidence. All he could do was sigh inwardly. After doing what needs to be done and working hard on what needs to be done, all I can do is wait for fate to arrange things for me. I hope it's a good outcome in a daze, Derek saw an angel descend in front of him with an aura that blotted out the sky. It then wrapped itself in 12 pairs of black wings. He suddenly woke up, and in his eyes, there were 3 candlelight flames burning quietly. After thanking Mr. Fool sincerely, Derek ended the ritual and extinguished the 2 candles that only took up a quarter of the original amount. Then, he plucked them out and created a golden and clear flame in his palm. Drip, drip. The 2 candles quickly melted, and tears kept falling. They either landed on the remaining candle's body or surrounded it. As the candle wick completely burned out, there was only 1 candle left on the table. It was a little shorter than before, but it wasn't very obvious. It seemed like it had only burned a little longer. After getting rid of the remaining traces, Derek extinguished the last dim candle flame. He sat up in silence and stared ahead in a daze. He didn't move for a long time. He was worried that the 6-member council wouldn't react quickly enough, allowing the exploratory team members to contaminate more City of Silver residents with the mushrooms and doom fruits. He was afraid that the chief and the others would find other clues elsewhere, causing his preparations to fail. He hated the outsiders, who hid in the depths of the darkness and always carried strong malice, including Amon and the fallen creator. He felt guilty that he had avoided the exploration, but he didn't warn Dark and the others, causing them to become corrupted monsters. He was pained that he had personally eliminated a classmate who could be considered a friend. Although Derek didn't see Dark's final outcome, he believed that Dark's transformation was equivalent to his death. Amidst his complicated and chaotic emotions, Derek didn't know how long he waited, and midway, he lit the candle again. Finally, he heard the sound of the seal being removed and the door opening. Turning his head, he used the dim yellow candlelight to see a woman in a black dress with her hair tied into a long braid that reached her vest walk in. "Ma am Aflor," Derek subconsciously shouted. Aflor had delicate looks, but there were already some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She smiled and nodded in response to Derek before briskly walking to sit opposite him. "Do you have anything you want to say?" she asked softly. Derek instinctively raised his head and looked over. Suddenly, he realized that her eyes had turned into pale golden vertical pupils at some point in time. Derek's thoughts instantly turned adrift as he seemed to enter a state of sleepwalking. Aflor adjusted the candlelight, allowing the dim yellow color to completely illuminate the youth's face. Her pale golden vertical pupils became more and more indifferent, like an emotionless spectator. Suddenly, circles of faint light appeared in the pale golden vertical pupils, as though they formed a vortex and constructed a maze. In a daze, Derek felt himself floating in the endless darkness and countless bright colors. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. He felt that his sleepwalking state had been cleverly taken over by something. He saw the flickering candlelight and Aflor, who was sitting opposite him, her eyes golden and erect. The white-haired chief elder, Colin Iliad, walked out of the shadows in a corner. After nodding at the chief, Aflor gently asked Derek, "What's the matter? What have you done during this time?" Derek remembered his teachings and maintained his previous state. "I don't know. I've been in a daze. It's like I'm dreaming. I only wake up occasionally." At the same time he answered, 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. Aflor continued to ask, "Do you know that you had a conflict with Dark Regents?" "I only remember fighting him. I think I saw a man hanging upside down on a cross. I saw a man wearing a pointed hat and crystal glasses. Yes, I saw him in the dungeon." He spoke, smiled and spoke. Derek recounted the story that he had fabricated for a long time. Aflor glanced at the chief and pressed, "What did he say?" "I can't remember clearly. I can only remember a little." He smiled and said, "Fallen creator, true creator. Shepherd." Derek almost couldn't control the excitement in his heart. He had taken such a huge risk just to tell the chief about the name of the fallen creator and the suspicions of the shepherd. The fallen creator. The true creator matches the contents of the murals at the bottom of the temple. Colin nodded slightly, frowning as he muttered, "Shepherd, and then?" Aiflo's voice was unusually gentle. Derek replied in a daze, "Yes." After that, they collided with each other. There was a lot of light, a very bright light. I woke up and kept coughing. The dark green symbols in Colin's eyes didn't fade as he gestured for Aiflor to ask about the details. Derek answered selectively. He told the questions that he had already considered according to the script, and he pushed the questions to Amon, saying that he couldn't recall them. Finally, Aiflor asked, "Where did you get that axe? Where did you get the potion formula for the sun pathway?" "I bought the axe from the underground market." That person had his face covered, so I could only tell that he was male. "The potion formula for the sun pathway was left to me by my parent. I found it during an exploration," Derek said without any guilt. These were questions that had always existed. The hanging man had believed that they would definitely appear when he was guessing the questions, so he had repeatedly rehearsed the answers. Although the City of Silver's underground market was semi-public, there were also people who attempted to conceal their identities for various reasons. This provided the best explanation for Derek. After listening seriously, Aiflor turned to Demon Hunter Colin and said, "He's not lying. It's impossible for him to lie. I have the power of the glorious crown." Colin nodded and said, in such a state, he didn't show any signs of evil, depravity, or corruption. Discovering these things was a demon hunter's specialty. And as a high-sequence beyonder, the strongest point of a demon hunter was that they could conceal their actions and intentions, making it impossible for targets who could foresee danger to detect them. Therefore, every demon hunter was the nemesis of a devil. After some thought, Colin got up and left the room. He said to the shadow in the corner outside, "Let Derek leave later. For the time being, we don't think that there's any problem with him. But secretly monitor him for a period of time. If Amon can create 2 avatars, he might be able to create a 3rd. "Yes, Your Excellency," the shadow replied respectfully. By the time Derek woke up, there was no one in the interrogation room. All that was left was the words that said that he was free to leave. He heaved a sigh of relief and walked out, thinking about Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations. "You can't relax and be careless. The surveillance in secret will definitely continue for a period of time. Otherwise, your chief will be unqualified." I can't even recite Mr. Fool's honorific name anymore," Derek muttered to himself as he walked down the spiral staircase. As he walked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Shepherd Elder Lovia, who was dressed in a purple-patterned black robe. She had a beautiful and elegant appearance. Lovia's pale gray eyes swept across Derek as a gentle smile appeared on her face. After returning to her room, Lovia walked to her desk with an indifferent expression and spread out a piece of paper made of leather. She pinched her right index finger with her left hand and snapped it, but the blood didn't drip down at all. It seemed to have been sucked to the surface. With this finger in hand, Lovia drew a complicated symbol on the paper. It was a symbol formed from half of the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the other half of the contorted lines, which symbolized change. After carefully examining it, Lovia wrapped the severed finger with the piece of paper and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed on it and swallowed it all. The flesh on her right palm, which only had 4 fingers left, squirmed at the wound, and it quickly grew into a new index finger, a slightly pale index finger. Lovia lowered her head, looked at her palm, and whispered, "Don't worry." Chapter 405. Bakeland, in a basement that resembled a temple. Mr. A, dressed in a hooded black robe, quietly knelt in front of the hanging giant statue. He didn't move for a long time. Suddenly, he cocked his ear, as if listening to something. After a brief pause, Mr. A suddenly raised his hands and snapped his right index finger with his left palm. He stuffed the bloody finger into his mouth and chewed it like he was eating a snack. Gulp! Mr. A's throat squirmed as he swallowed the crushed finger into his stomach. His body suddenly trembled, as if he was being shaken by an invisible person. In this state, Mr. A stretched out his right hand and used the blood that flowed from his wound to write words on the ground. Those words weren't Jotun or Dragonese, which could stir the powers of nature, nor were they Hermes, which was used for sacrificial rituals. Instead, they were the most ordinary and common Ruan. The bright red luster quickly condensed, and the words formed a few paragraphs. Found, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, adored in believers in Bakeland. With the end of the revelation, Mr. A stopped trembling, and a brand new finger grew out of his wound. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the words he had just written. The corners of his mouth curled up in the shadows. "I will only obey your oracle." Mr. A humbly prostrated himself on the ground, as if he had found the meaning of his existence. City of Silver, upper part of the spire. Lovia walked to the window and looked down at the flickering candlelight in the darkness. Her expression gradually softened. After an unknown period of time, she heard a knock on the door. "Your Excellency?" Lovia turned around lightly and asked with a smile. The door opened by itself without any wind. Standing outside was demon hunter Colin Iliad. He wore a brown coat and had a leather belt with hidden compartments around his waist. "Lovia, the abnormality of the exploratory team members has been confirmed," Colin said straightforwardly. "As the captain, regardless of whether you have any problems, you have to stay in the dungeon for 7 days and receive the baptism of the glorious crown. You should know very well that this is the rule." Lovia wasn't angry at all. "I know. I've already made preparations to stay in the dungeon for a long time. If you're still worried when it's over, I can accept any arrangement." As she spoke, she had already walked to the door and walked past Demon Hunter Colin. Colin turned around silently and followed her diagonally down the spiral staircase. Halfway there, the two of them heard heart-wrenching cries and shouts. "Is it starting again?" Lovia asked with a confused expression. Colin nodded and replied hoarsely, "Yes, this is our fate that we can't escape." At this moment, in a hall in the middle level of the spire, the exploratory team members and the few residents of the City of Silver that they had contaminated were pressed to the ground by the corporeal holy luster. They were unable to move, as though they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. A dark-skinned couple in their 40s walked up to a young man in his early 20s, each holding a straight sword with complicated patterns. The young man's body had already collapsed like a pile of meat paste, but his head was still intact. Only a few blood-colored hairs had grown out of it. Seeing the couple approaching, he cried out in alarm, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat roasted iron scorpions together tonight?" "Dad, Mom, I caught a lot of iron scorpions for you." The couple could not bear to look sideways, but the swords in their hands were raised high. After 2 puffs, the young man stopped crying. He first twitched, then completely lost all signs of life. On the other side, a 10-year-old girl also raised a sword with complicated patterns, and with tears streaming down her face, she stabbed her sister. The woman lying on the ground suddenly laughed and said in a gentle tone, "From today onwards, you will have to live on your own. Don't be so naive." The girl cried until her vision blurred, and the sword in her hand stopped in mid-air. However, a strong and forceful palm pressed on the back of her hand and pushed it forward. Puff! The girl stood there in a daze as if she couldn't hear or see anything. This was the ancient curse that enveloped everyone in the City of Silver. They had to kill their own blood relatives with their own hands to prevent them from turning into a terrifying and strange evil spirit after death. Therefore, even though Dark had completely mutated into a monster and had been corrupted by an unknown existence, making him worthless for interrogation, the Shadow Watcher didn't dare to kill him on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to restrain him and bring him back to the spire to wait for his parents. Otherwise, things would become even more troublesome. The members of the exploration team, who had also been corrupted, were currently undergoing the same treatment that hadn't changed for more than 2,000 years. Although no one knew if they would mutate after death in such a state, no one dared to take the risk. Fortunately, the City of Silver didn't have a large population, and they were trapped in one place. Under the arrangements of the upper echelons, there were quite a number of people who were related by blood. Even if it had to be limited to 3 generations, there were still quite a number of them. It was precisely because of this that the Beyonders in charge of the patrol team had to first consider the factor of bloodline to prevent any accidents from happening. For the exploration team, the requirements weren't that strict. This was because their missions often went deep into the darkness and were extremely far away from the City of Silver. Even if they died or mutated, it wouldn't affect everyone's safety. Once a resident no longer had any blood relatives within 3 generations, they would be strictly monitored. As long as they were seriously ill or showed obvious signs of aging, they would immediately be sent into the depths of the darkness, far away from the City of Silver. When the former captain of the exploration team, Udall, who had been isolated in the dungeon, mutated, there were actually 3 elders in the spire. However, the one who ultimately took action was Chief Colin Iliad. Otherwise, he could only attempt to seal it. This was because Udall was his biological brother. Shepherd Lovia and Demon Hunter Colin silently entered the lowest level of the spire. Under the company of a few Dawn Paladins, they arrived at the depths of the dungeon. Soon, the 2 of them stopped outside a cell. The Dawn Paladins were scattered in the distance. Lovia didn't show any abnormalities as she unhurriedly walked into the room that only had a bed, a table, and a candle. Before the metal door closed, she turned around and looked at Demon Hunter Colin with her light gray eyes. She calmly said, "Your Excellency, you once told me that when the residents of the City of Silver leave this place and die in the depths of the darkness, they won't immediately mutate into evil spirits. They will have to wait for a few days. Therefore, the other members of the exploration team have plenty of time to distance themselves." Colin nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. Lovia closed her eyes and revealed a sorrowful smile. 2 months ago, during an exploration, a member of the team died in front of me. I pretended to be separated from the other team members and waited there for 5 days, but he didn't mutate into an evil spirit. Demon Hunter Colin looked at her in silence until the metal door closed with a clang and the seal took shape. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein waited for a while, and seeing that the crimson star that symbolized Little Sun didn't change, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. It should be a success. He rubbed his temples, wrapped himself with his spirituality, and fell back into the real world. As soon as he felt the existence of his body, Klein tasted the cold. He sneezed, quickly dispelled the wall of spirituality, and got back into bed. Sadly, his bed was already cold. Thankfully, my body received a certain degree of protection after entering the gray fog. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll catch a cold tomorrow. Klein wrapped himself in the blanket and sighed. His current state reminded him of a witty saying he had heard in his previous life. Keeping warm basically depends on shaking before his bed warmed up again. He could only let his thoughts wander and consider all kinds of problems. I don't seem to have anything urgent to do recently. I've concluded the Magician's Code of Conduct. Even if I don't challenge the impossible and just do a normal performance, I'll be able to digest the potion step by step around the new year. My next plan is to gather the Beyonder ingredients for the Faceless Potion and save up the corresponding money. However, this can't be rushed. The tense strings in Klein's mind gradually relaxed, and he suddenly had the thought of resting for 2 or 3 days. As his bed warmed up, he fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up, he happened to hear the cathedral bell strike 8 times. Klein stretched out his arm, felt the cold outside, and silently retracted it. It seems to have cooled down again today. I don't have anything urgent to do, so it seems like I can sleep in. He closed his eyes again, relaxed. but after lazing in bed for a while, he heard his stomach rumble and felt his abdomen swell. Life is really full of difficult choices, Klein mumbled. After trying his best to resist the two feelings for about 10 minutes, he finally gave up. He abruptly got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom next door. After changing his clothes and washing up, he went down to the first floor and dug out the ingredients to make Potter noodles. This time, he didn't plan on using the meat sauce he had bought. He wanted to try the meat paste that he had made 2 days ago. This was the meat paste that he had carefully selected and stir-fried according to the taste he remembered. Although some of the ingredients from the two worlds were ultimately a little different, making it difficult to truly replicate the taste, Klein found it pretty good after tasting it. Before long, he had Potter noodles mixed with sauce and meat paste, and he felt that it was a beautiful morning. Adhering to the tradition of this world, he flipped through the newspapers as he ate, and he first confirmed that old Mr. Eye of Wisdom hadn't placed an advertisement. Based on the thoughts he had last night, Klein decided to have some entertainment today, so he considered whether to attend a concert, an opera, or a play. Tickets to many music halls in West Borough, Hillston Borough, and Sherwood Borough cost at least 6 soldi. If one encountered a famous musician, it would even be priced in pounds. Professional music halls targeted at commoners cost 6 to 9 pence, and those open to the poor in East Borough who have spare cash only cost 1 penny. Klein flipped through the corresponding information to choose today's entertainment. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. Chapter 406. Who is it? Klein jerked his head up and looked at the door. He felt like he had contracted a disease where he was afraid of the doorbell ringing. It was just like how he was afraid of his phone ringing on Earth. Putting down the newspaper and magazine, and looking at the empty plate without any seasoning left, Klein got up and walked to the door. Before he even grabbed the doorknob, he already knew that it was Dr. Allen outside. "Don't you need to go to work?" Klein mumbled and reached out to open the door. "Good morning, Allen. The fog is gray today," he said with a smile. Allen still wore his cold expression, but there was a hint of anxiety and fear. He nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and didn't bother to greet him. He went straight to the point and said, "Sherlock, I had a dream again. I dreamed of Will Ossepton again." Klein was nearly stunned. "That's not right? The authentic paper crane is with me, above the gray fog, and the paper crane I folded is with the nighthawks. You can still dream of Will Ossepton with an inferior paper crane folded by the nighthawks? This isn't scientific. No, this isn't mysticism." Klein suddenly turned serious. He immediately asked, "Is it the same dream as before?" "No, it's not that scary this time." Allen calmed down a little. "I dreamed of Grim Cemetery. You know of Grim Cemetery, right?" "Yes," Klein answered simply. Outside Grim Cemetery, he had caught a group of spirit dance students and a noob mysticism enthusiast, Kapusky. He had obtained another copper whistle that could summon a messenger from the latter. Allen took a deep breath of cold air and continued, "I dreamed of the forest outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of the forest outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of a birch tree that had shed a layer of bark from its waste. Will Ossepton was sitting under this tree, quietly watching me." "And then?" Klein pressed. Allen shook his head and said, "The dream ended here." What a strange thing. Could it be that Dr. Allen's dream had nothing to do with the paper crane? No, if it's unrelated, the dream wouldn't have changed after swapping the paper cranes. Besides, I've also used the paper crane above the gray fog for divination and received the corresponding revelation. Klein deliberated and said, "That's right. This is no longer within my scope of understanding. Allen, what do you want from me?" Allen's hot breath dispersed into white mist in the air. "I want to take a look outside the Grim Cemetery. Now, in the daytime, can you protect me? I'll pay the commission fee, £1. Now he was going to explore the scene that appeared in his dream? It's unlikely that I'll encounter anything too strange during the day. Klein thought for a moment and said, "I can accept this commission, but I suggest that you make a trip to the cathedral first and tell the bishop you're familiar with about the dream." Alan tersely acknowledged before asking in puzzlement, "Why do you always suggest me to go to the cathedral? I know that you've explained it in a very logical way. If there's magical power, the church that can dominate the human world is definitely the faction with the strongest magical power. If there isn't, going to the church will at least give you psychological comfort and the corresponding resources. However, why do you suggest me to go to the cathedral when it's not too strange?" Klein considered for 2 seconds and replied in all seriousness, "I'm a detective. I come into contact with many unusual things, so I understand the uniqueness of the church. I also know when to seek help from them." "Really?" Alan's expression turned solemn. Klein immediately curled the corners of his mouth. "I'm joking." Alan relaxed. "I'll go change my clothes first. I'll also wash the cutlery." He didn't wear a thick coat and chatted with Alan for a long time at the door. His body was a little stiff from the cold wind. Taking this opportunity, Klein went to the bathroom and went above the gray fog. He divined the danger level of the commission and came to the conclusion that there was almost no risk. If he received a very dangerous revelation, his plan was to use the Church of the Evernight Goddess to repudiate the commission. Hillston Borough, Myriad Star Cathedral. "Sherlock, why don't you hire a maid? As a detective, you can handle several servants." Alan asked curiously as he led Klein into the largest cathedral of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Hillston Borough. This was something he had wanted to ask on the carriage, but he had never found a chance to broach the topic. Klein sighed and said heavily, "Alan, let me tell you a story. Ellen, let me tell you a story. There was once a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook, and an assistant. He was doing quite well, but one day, he took over a case and successfully locked onto the murderer. The murderer was a very savage and cruel person. He snuck into the detective's house with the idea of revenge. Ellen, let me tell you a story. Ellen, there was a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook, and an assistant. The detective was a combat expert, and he only suffered minor injuries in the end. However, 2 of his servants died as a result. Alan, do you understand?" "I understand." Alan's tone was filled with obvious sympathy. "Sherlock, I didn't know you had such an experience." "No, the protagonist has nothing to do with me. This is just a story I just made up. I can't tell you directly that I'm involved in many strange and mysterious matters. There are often unspeakable secrets at home, so it's best not to hire a servant if possible." Klein looked ahead and let out a long sigh. The cleaning of his room was mainly done by Mrs. Stellan Sammer's maid. Twice a week, she only did the most basic cleaning for one solely. As they spoke, the 2 of them had already entered the hall of the Myriad Star Cathedral. It was dark, quiet, and sparse in the style of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. At the very front of the hall was a sacred altar engraved with the dark, sacred emblem. On it, stars were inlaid with glowing pearls, and the crimson moon was formed with red gems. The rest of the place was pitch-black night. At a glance, it was dotted with stars, and the crimson glow made it look especially holy. However, Klein felt that it wasn't as good as the design of St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City. The hall was pitch-black, with only light shining through the fist-sized holes in front of it. It made one feel as if they could see the starry sky directly, giving them a sense of awe. However, there's a problem with that design. At night, the effect is gone. Klein found a random seat and sat down. He took off his half-top hat and leaned on his black hardwood cane. As for Alan, he continued walking down the aisle and headed straight for the confessional in search of the bishop. Sitting in such a hall and looking at the devotees who were focused on praying, Klein suddenly felt tranquil. "Speaking of which, this is only my 3rd time entering the goddess's cathedral." He laughed self-deprecatingly. Winter County, inside the Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves and entered the high-ranking deacon, Crestet Sesamir's room. Congratulations on officially becoming a Red Glove. May the goddess bless you. Casimir drew a crimson moon on his chest. He still covered his mouth with his high collar. Praise the goddess. It's my honor. Leonard raised his right hand and tapped it 4 times in a clockwise manner. Casimir didn't speak further and went straight to the point. According to your request, I've placed you in Sostel's team. He's a soul assurer and has his own mystical item. I've also instructed someone to prepare the Beyonder weapon you need for you. You've been in charge of a devil summoning case recently, and you've also taken care of the collection of clues. For example, the continuous incidents in Bakeland related to the tarot ritual. Yes, Your Excellency, Casimir. Leonard didn't have any objections. This will be the beginning of my revenge, he said silently in his heart. Westboro, the periphery of Grimm's cemetery. Klein accompanied Dr. Allen as they walked in the nearby woods for a long time. From time to time, he would cough because of the falling grayish-white dust. Perhaps there isn't such a tree. It's impossible for a dream to be completely reflected in reality. In the end, even Allen was a little uncertain. Thankfully, I'm good at finding things. Klein pointed in a direction with his cane. Let's take a look over there and make a final effort. All right. Allen took a deep breath. After walking for a while, Allen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pointed to the front and said, There. More than 10 meters away, a birch tree with its waist peeled off stood there quietly, as though it was waiting for the two of them. It's exactly the same as in my dream, Allen said with great certainty. Klein smiled warily. But there's no Will Septon. Allen approached the birch tree and frowned for a while. Suddenly, he pointed to the side of the tree root and said, Will Septon was sitting here back then, and he had one hand pointing at the soil below. Pointing at the soil below? Klein stood by the side and looked down at the area where there was almost no withered grass. You want to dig it up? Allen nodded. Since we've already found this place, we have to confirm what's inside. Sherlock, go to the cemetery and borrow 2 shovels. I'll stay here. You go to the cemetery. I'm worried that an accident might happen, Klein said cautiously. All right. Allen didn't decline and immediately left the woods. After a while, he spent some money and returned with 3 shovels and a gravekeeper before attempting to dig. As Klein dug, he suddenly smelled something familiar. As the soil on the surface parted, what was underneath was gradually exposed. It was the highly decomposed corpse of a child. His skin and flesh looked as though they were about to melt, and there were many worms crawling in and out of his nose and mouth. Clang! The shovel in Allen's hand fell and smashed into a rock. He pointed at the corpse's legs, his mouth frantically quivering, but he couldn't say a word. Klein held back his disgust and looked carefully. He discovered that the child's corpse's left leg was clearly missing its lower half. At the same time, Allen took 2 steps back, fell to the ground, and shouted in a shrill voice. He shouted with a sharp voice, Will Septon! Will Septon! It was Will Septon's corpse. Chapter 407. Dead? Will Septon is dead? Furthermore, he seems to have been dead for quite some time. Could this be fake? Klein looked at the child's corpse in surprise and suspicion as many thoughts popped up in his mind. From what he knew, Will Septon was a child with a special trait. He might be related to the sequence 1 Snake of Mercury of the Monster Pathway. In the divination game he played, he had casually said, Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse, causing Allen to suffer for a long time. The paper cranes he folded allowed Allen's astral projection to be located in the spirit world, giving him a man-made revelation. Even Klein could only catch a glimpse of his whereabouts above the gray fog, making it difficult for him to come to an effective conclusion. How could such a child die for no reason? He died before Dr. Allen had a dream? Where are his family? Klein narrowed his eyes and endured the intense disgust. He carefully examined the highly decomposed corpse and discovered some torn tarot cards in the surrounding soil. His spiritual intuition told him that the corpse in front of him was most likely Will Ossepton. It's really shocking and puzzling. I'll head above the gray fog to confirm if Will Ossepton is faking his death. Wait, what has this got to do with me? I've long decided not to get involved in this matter, lest I get entangled by some snake of mercury. This might be even more terrifying than sealed artifact 0-08. Klein snapped to his senses and said to the dumbfounded tomb keeper and Dr. Allen, who was on the verge of breaking down, "Call the police." Okay. Good. The tomb keeper was stunned for a moment before replying repeatedly. He held the shovel and turned to run out of the woods. He was so fast that it was as if a zombie was chasing after him. He's indeed just an ordinary person. He's not cautious at all. Under such circumstances, shouldn't I be wary of the people around me? By exposing my back, it's easy for someone to smack me with a shovel. Klein glanced at the tomb keeper's back and sighed as he shook his head. When he was in the Tingen Nighthawks, he had read many case files and discovered that many victims had been scammed by their accomplices. With this in mind, Klein walked to Dr. Allen's side, bent down, and extended his hand. "There's nothing to be afraid of, he's already dead. It's the death that scares people." Allen calmed down a little. He didn't accept Klein's help and got up on his own. His black robe was already stained with mud, which made Klein feel an inexplicable heartache. "I can't bear to see anything valuable get damaged," he sighed in his heart. Seeing that Allen was still a little panicked, Klein smiled and said, "At times like this, praying to the God you believe in will have a good effect." "Really?" Allen was taken aback for a moment. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner and chanted softly, "Evernight goddess, loftier than the starry sky and more eternal than eternity, your devout believer prays for your favor." After repeated whispers, he slowly calmed down and was no longer as fearful as before. Klein also drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and silently muttered to himself, "That's right." He silently muttered to himself, "God of steam and machinery, your not devout believer prays for your favor at all." As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, suspecting that he might be struck to death by lightning on the spot. However, lightning and thunder belong to the Lord of Storms, not the domain of the God of steam and machinery. Klein thought rather casually. After about 20 minutes, the two of them sat in the interrogation room of a nearby police station. During the recording of the statement, Klein frankly told the police that he was only a commissioned private detective and didn't know what had happened. Dr. Allen, on the other hand, described his dream in detail, as well as the reason for digging up the corpse. Klein could tell that the police didn't believe him at all, but after they circled the area, they immediately changed their attitude and indicated that Dr. Allen and Detective Moriarty weren't suspicious. All they needed to do was sign the statement and leave. Allen was rather surprised, but Klein didn't find it strange at all. It was obvious that the Nighthawks had appeared. The benefits of getting the doctor to go to the Myriad Star Cathedral in advance to find the bishop showed itself. Before leaving the police station, Klein wasn't surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the Nighthawk who had entered his dream previously. This Nighthawk, who might be the captain, was still wearing a gray trench coat. It was obvious that he was more resistant to the cold than Klein. His blue eyes swept the area and looked away from Klein's face without any abnormalities, pretending to be an ordinary high-ranking inspector. Klein, who was also pretending to be an ordinary private detective, nudged his glasses, put on his half-top hat, and left the police station with Dr. Allen and got into a carriage. After instructing his coachman to go to Minsk Street first, Allen turned to look at Klein. "Sherlock, do you think this will end here? If that corpse is really Will Ossepton, you shouldn't be troubled anymore." Klein paused and said, "Allen, have you felt anything strange during this period of time? No matter what it is." Alan thought seriously and shook his head. No. That's worth celebrating. Klein exhaled and said with a smile. To him, it was best for Will Ossepton's matter to end like this. Although the paper crane Klein folded above the gray fog wouldn't expose anything, and there weren't any problems with the divination afterward, he was still a little worried that some nighthawk would suddenly have a whim and use it to find some clues. And now, with Will Ossepton's death, this case might soon reach a dead end. It would be placed in the dossier and temporarily declared closed. No one would pay attention to it without any new developments. Alan relaxed and asked in puzzlement, frankly speaking, I don't think my testimony is very convincing. Why did the police choose to believe me in the end? I don't know either. Klein deliberately played dumb. I thought I would have to get my lawyer to take me home again. No, bail me home. Alan curled the corners of his mouth, which was a rare sight. Sherlock, you seem to have a lot of experience when it comes to entering a police station? Klein laughed and replied in a deep voice, This is the fate of every private detective. This is the fate of every private detective. Just as Klein and Alan were being taken to the police station near Grimm Cemetery, Furs Wall walked into the quiet cemetery in an elegant black dress and a black bonnet with a fine mesh hanging down. She found Mrs. Alice's grave. She and Zio had already gone to Empressborough to look for Viscount Glaint an hour ago, and received a reply that he was willing to borrow £400 without any interest. Viscount Glaint's only request was for the two Beyonders to accompany him to the gathering that Mr. A was holding that night to ensure his safety. He was in a hurry to find the crown jellyfish's venom crystal to complete the concoction of the apothecary potion. The horn of an adult Pegasus had already been found by Audrey in her family's treasury. She had obtained one in the name of a biological experiment, effectively offsetting part of her debt. She also raised an additional condition. She wanted Viscount Glaint to use the Duke of Negan's children to confirm if the dragon specimen in his treasury belonged to the thousand-faced hunter and if there were any spots of light shimmering inside. After settling the loan, Furs wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. She wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible because it would be too fast. It would make Zio instinctively feel that something was wrong and become suspicious. Taking advantage of her free time, Furs changed her clothes and rented a carriage to Grimm Cemetery on the outskirts of Westborough. After learning about the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation, Furs already knew that the main ingredient for her to become an apprentice was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Alisa. It was equivalent to her inheriting her power. Therefore, she couldn't help but want to come here and place a bouquet of flowers in front of Mrs. Alisa's tombstone to thank her. It was already early winter, and most of the flowers had already withered, but Furs still managed to buy a bouquet of simple yet elegant flowers. This was a flower cultivated in a glass greenhouse, so it was quite expensive. Thank you, Roselle the Great, for your invention, Furs said sincerely in her heart. As far as she knew, most of the flowers used by the nobles at the winter banquets came from glass greenhouses, and a small number were sent directly from the warm southern regions by airship. This was beyond what the average middle class could afford. Standing in front of the black tombstone, Furs took a few deep looks at the photo of Mrs. Alisa. She bent down to put down the flowers and said softly, "Thank you." She immediately stood up straight, closed her eyes, and quietly recalled the past. At that moment, she heard a slightly aged voice. "You really are a kind lady." Furs opened her eyes and turned her head, only to find that Mr. Lawrence from the House of Abraham had appeared there at some point in time. He was also holding a bouquet of simple yet elegant flowers in his hand. "No, this is not kindness, nor kindness. Mrs. Alisa once brought me an unforgettable period of warmth when I lost my mother," Furs said sincerely. Her eyes suddenly became a little moist. Lawrence only had some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. As he put down the flowers, he sighed. "This shows that you value friendship." After chatting casually for a while, Furs was about to leave. Lawrence was waving his hand when he suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed until his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, as if he would suffocate to death at any moment. As a doctor who had graduated from a formal academy, Furs did not hesitate to turn around, squat down, and start the first aid. After a while, Lawrence's condition finally stabilized. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Furs. "Ma'am, can you send me back to the hotel?" "No problem." Furs helped him up. Lawrence looked ahead, his eyes slightly out of focus. He coughed lightly and laughed in a half-sad, half-self-deprecating manner. My life may have come to an end. Chapter 408. Westboro, Carlpensa Hotel. Furs helped Lawrence into his room and laid him down on the bed. This was a rather luxurious hotel. Apart from the bathroom, every place was covered in a thick, soft, grayish-yellow carpet. The walls were hung with replicas of famous oil paintings. Lawrence took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Miss Wall. Thank you, Miss Wall. Please forgive a dying man for not being able to bow." "No, Mr. Lawrence, your problem has been alleviated. As a former practicing doctor, I can tell you without a doubt that you can still live. After you rest for a while, we'll go to the clinic or the hospital," Furs consoled him. Lawrence smiled and said, "I know my physical condition very well. You don't need to console me. Besides, I'm an astrologer. I already have a premonition that I'll die in Bakeland in this hotel." Apart from the superficial decorations, everything he said was the truth. He was nearly 80 years old, and he was no longer the strong and spirited lad from before. If not for the sequence potion improving his physical fitness, he might have already been buried in some cemetery. Lawrence originally believed that he could live for another 10 years, but who knew that he would encounter the rebellion instigated by the former traveler Bootes. He suffered serious injuries at the hands of the Aurora Order, and his remaining descendants all died in that disaster. This dealt him a huge blow, and he almost couldn't recover from it. And when he went to Bakeland to search for his 2 brothers and their descendants, he only found out that they had long passed away. This caused a certain level of mental trauma to him. With all these things added together, Lawrence clearly felt that his life was coming to an end. His original plan was to pay a bouquet of flowers at Lobero and Alisa's graves before immediately returning to meet the other members of the Elder Council of Families and make arrangements for his funeral. However, the condition of an elderly person was really bad. It didn't take long for him to reach his end. Without waiting for Furs to speak, Lawrence struggled to take out a palm-sized notebook from his half-opened inner pocket. The notebook's hard cover was a coppery green, giving off a very ancient vibe. On its surface was a paragraph written in ancient Fasak. "I came, I saw, I recorded." Lawrence placed the notebook on the blanket in front of his chest and took a deep breath. "Miss Wall, if I die here, can you help me send this to Pritz Harbor?" "Mr. Lawrence, you'll be fine," Furs emphasized. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the notebook and found that it was not thick. There were 3 kinds of paper in it. One was burnt yellow and had a very small amount. Another was yellowish-brown parchment and had a medium amount. The last one was ordinary white paper and had the largest amount. The third was ordinary white paper, which had the most numbers. "I mean, if, Ms. Wall, would you help? Pritz Harbor isn't far. It can't even be considered a trip. If I'm in a rush, I can even make a round trip in half a day with the steam locomotive." Furs nodded. Lawrence heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to have recovered a little. "After I die, wait 10 minutes, take a glowing item from my corpse, and send it along with this notebook to Dorian Gray of the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. My wallet and the £42 in cash are my reward and gratitude to you. My clothes will accompany me to Ashes. No, you don't have to give me anything. No, you'll be fine, Mr. Furs," Furs said sincerely. Lawrence didn't seem to hear what she said and continued to mutter to himself, "Maybe Dorian will give you some other rewards, but it's up to you. I believe in you. I can see that you are a good girl from what happened to Alisa. He suddenly came to his senses and said to Furs, Ms. Wall, can you go to the first floor and get me a bottle of boiling water? I don't know when the waiter will come. No problem. Furs didn't think too much about it. She took the bottle of boiling water and walked out of the room. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The water bottle in her hand was heavy, and it was obvious that there was still a lot of it left. Furs was about to turn around and ask when she suddenly sensed a strong spirituality fluctuation in the room. This is... Furs was stunned at first, but she immediately understood Mr. Lawrence's intentions. As death approached, he clearly felt that something was wrong with his body. He was afraid that he would lose control and become a monster. He wanted to die as a human, not a monster, so he chose to end his life himself. This was the last dignity of a Beyonder. Of course, if he became a monster, all his arrangements would be for naught. With this in mind, Furs felt gloomy. She stood outside for nearly 10 minutes before pushing the door open and entering. She saw Lawrence lying silently on the bed, as though he had aged a lot in an instant. Beside him was a diamond the size of an eye. Light shone in from outside the window and constantly refracted on the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the starlight. Phew! Furs exhaled and did a serious check. She discovered that the cause of Lawrence's death was the most common cause of cardiac arrest. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. After returning home, Klein rested for a while before going above the gray fog. He planned on divining Will Ossepton's death. He made the paper crane fly out from the junk pile in the corner and land on the long bronze table in front of him. Then, he removed the topaz pendant wrapped around his sleeve. As he held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein used cogitation to adjust his state and recalled the scenes he had seen in the forest outside the cemetery. There were some details that he might not have noticed, but his spirituality definitely wouldn't miss out on them. This divination was mainly using this point and relying on the gray fog to eliminate any interference. After finishing his preparations, Klein conjured a new piece of goatskin and wrote the divination statement. Will Ossepton is completely dead. Right on the heels of that, he pressed the paper crane to the side of the divination statement, causing the topaz pendant to nearly touch the words. After entering cogitation and completing all the steps of the spirit pendulum, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the result. The topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that it was negative. This meant that Will Ossepton wasn't completely dead. Klein was stunned, but he also felt that it was within his expectations. He thought for a moment and changed the divination statement. That corpse is Will Ossepton's. This time, the spirit pendulum gave him a positive revelation. That corpse was indeed Will Ossepton's. Klein had a vague idea as he wrote a new divination statement. Will Ossepton's corpse will revive. After calmly busying himself, Klein saw a revelation. It was spinning counterclockwise at an extremely fast speed. This meant that Will Ossepton's corpse wouldn't revive, which meant that it wouldn't morph. From the looks of it, Will Ossepton had either actively or passively abandoned his previous body and used another method to survive. This matter has something to do with the Snake of Mercury? Klein attempted to divine other matters, but all of them resulted in failure. This included Will Ossepton's current state. However, when he repeated the previous divination using dream divination and asked Will Ossepton's current location, he still received a similar scene, a dark room with the sound of flowing water. But this gave him a slightly different feeling. Forget it, there's no need to waste time. It's not like I plan on getting involved. Klein put away the spirit pendulum and prepared to return to the real world. Through the divination and the various matters from before, he had a vague guess about Will Ossepton, but he was unable to verify it. He suspected that Will Ossepton was another Snake of Mercury. As a sequence one, the Snake of Mercury wasn't unique. At most, there could be 3 of them existing at the same time. The snake of Mercury that wielded fate could easily locate Alan's astral projection through the paper crane and create a false revelation to him. Without a doubt, it had the ability to change a person's fate with a single word. For some unknown reason, Will Auceptin had become weak and was under the threat of a second snake of Mercury. Everything he did was to escape him. As for the reason for their conflict, the answer was simple. Without a sequence 0, there could be 3 sequence 1s at the same time, but once there was a sequence 0, there wouldn't be a sequence 1. As for this sentence, the Dark Emperor Potion formula explained its true meaning. One of the main ingredients of the formula was the beyonder characteristics of 2 princes of disorder. The Prince of Disorder was a sequence 1 of the Dark Emperor pathway. As a sequence 1, to advance to sequence 0, one had to obtain all the beyonder characteristics of 2 other sequence 1s of the same pathway. It was precisely with such a guess that Klein didn't dare to get involved in Will Auceptin's matter. If my deduction is correct, then this is a genuine fight between deities. I can't afford to offend them. Klein's spirituality descended and disappeared from the ancient palace above the gray fog. In Empress Borough, in an inconspicuous house, the Beyonder gathering that Mr. A had convened was carried out as scheduled. Furs and Zio changed their attire and accompanied Viscount Glaint, who was wearing an iron-black mask, into the hall. They found a random seat and sat down. Before the gathering officially began, Viscount Glaint rushed to write his request to the attendant and prayed to the goddess, hoping that someone would respond. Furs was as languid as usual. She wore a hood, which she rarely did, and used the shadow to cover her face. She was recalling the matter regarding Mr. Lawrence. She knew very well what the diamond, the size of an eye, was. It was the beyonder characteristic left behind by him, but she was temporarily unable to confirm which sequence it belonged to. Furs casually flipped through the notebook, and found that many of the pages were still blank, and the contents were filled with all sorts of strange, and mysterious symbols and magic labels. They were completely beyond the scope of Furs's knowledge. It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is that I have to keep my promise, Furs warned herself. At this moment, Mr. A, who was sitting on a single-seater sofa with an exaggerated hood, spoke in a hoarse voice. I have a mission. Help me find some people who believe in the Fool. Ah? Furs snapped out of her thoughts. Chapter 409. The Fool. The Beyonders at Mr. A's party chewed on the word to themselves or whispered to their companions about whether they had met anyone with similar belief. When did such a cult appear? Someone asked in a low voice. At this moment, Mr. A asked the waiter next to him to raise a blackboard with a few lines written in Rouen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. While everyone was examining the blackboard, Mr. A said in a hoarse voice that made people uncomfortable, Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and ancient Hermes won't do either. You can't even use them to write the corresponding descriptions. Otherwise, there's a high chance that something terrifying will happen. Help me find those who believe in the Fool. Of course, they might also be followers of the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As long as you find any clues, tell me immediately. I'll reward you handsomely beyond your imagination. This description. It sounds like an incredible existence. I've only seen such a title in the books of the 7 gods. A member of the gathering exclaimed. His companion shook his head. Many cults have similar descriptions of the targets they worship. Is it really a cult? Another member of the gathering heard their discussion and blurted out in shock. It should be. Usually, the spirit world creatures we summon would also have such a 3-paragraph description, but one of them would definitely be something along the lines of someone's favor or something along the lines of something that belongs to someone. It wouldn't be in this form. A gathering member who was proficient in mysticism provided a theoretical basis. While they were enthusiastically communicating, Furs was dumbfounded. Isn't that Mr. Fool's honorific name? Although it's described in Loanese, I'm certain without a doubt. Why would Mr. A want to find Mr. Fool's believers? Was this the Aurora Order's intention? Furza's mind was in a mess. She knew that Mr. A was a member of the Aurora Order because a certain terrorist organization had publicly announced responsibility for the assassination of Ambassador Intis, Bakerland. After a brief moment of shock, Furz subconsciously examined herself, worried that someone would discover that she was already a member of the Tarot. In a sense, she was a blessed of the Fool. I only recited Mr. Fool's honorific name according to the ancient Hermes on the piece of paper, and I was pulled above the grey fog. No one knows of this matter, so there's no need to be afraid of investigations. But that piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name has a source. It's hidden in a book we borrowed from Viscount Glaint. Furza's thoughts raced. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Isn't that the description I saw on that piece of paper? I even dreamed of an evil spirit. At the same time, Zio also recalled the matter that left her with lingering fear, but her long experience as a bounty hunter prevented her from exposing anything abnormal. Following that, she traced it back and thought about the origins of the piece of paper. It was hidden in the middle of History of the Nobles of the Rouen Kingdom. I borrowed History of the Nobles of the Rouen Kingdom from Viscount Glaint's study. Suddenly, a person's name flashed across Furz and Zio's minds at the same time. Viscount Glaint. At this moment, Viscount Glaint was looking at the blackboard and muttering to himself with interest. This honorific name is very rare. But it sounds very powerful. Just as he said that, he looked around in confusion and said to Furz and Zio, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, nothing." Zio and Furz shook their heads at the same time. "Nothing, nothing." Zio and Furz shook their heads at the same time. After dinner, in an elegantly decorated house, Audrey brought Susie into the living room under the guidance of her psychology teacher, Escalante. This was the academic gathering that had been agreed upon last week. Her maids and bodyguards were all left here, while she and Susie walked to the spacious living room. In the living room, it was unknown if it was due to the atmosphere or some other reason, but the gas wall lamps weren't lit. The light in the room came from the candles on the coffee table and a few gold-plated lamp holders on the cupboard. Before Audrey could take a closer look at her surroundings, she saw a gentleman in his 30s wearing a gray tuxedo walking towards her. "This is the owner of this place, Mr. Stephen Hamplister, a furniture merchant," the waist-length Escalante introduced. She was about to tell him about Audrey's identity when Hamplister chuckled and said, "Escalante, don't speak. Escalante, don't speak. Give me a chance to guess." He had a neatly trimmed mustache and a pair of charming dark brown eyes. He looked very cultured and refined, not like a furniture merchant, but more like a university lecturer. After seriously sizing up Audrey, he smiled and said, "Escalante only said that you're her student. Heh, I think you're a cultured noble lady, and you're not the type who only looks impressive. There's no doubt that you don't have to worry about your quality of life dropping. You're a little agitated, you're very curious, and you're relatively simple and compassionate. Of course, the most obvious point is that you're very beautiful, just like an angel." He made a final joke before pressing his hand to his chest and bowing. "Welcome, Miss Beautiful Angel. You're right. As expected of a member of psychological alchemy. However, what you observed was me from a few months ago. It's all me that I deliberately presented myself," Audrey said in surprise and astonishment. "Mr. Hamplister, did you know me from before?" She didn't let the astonished expression linger on her face for too long, because such emotions were instantaneous reactions and couldn't last for too long. Once someone was surprised for a few seconds, it meant that they were likely faking it. Audrey didn't notice this at first, but after observing other people's acting for a long time, she naturally concluded many patterns. "No, I still don't know you. This is just a basic quality of a psychology hobbyist." Hamplister chuckled. Before he finished speaking, Audrey had already completed her observation and made the corresponding judgment based on the surrounding environment. His clothes and the furnishings of his house all indicate that he's a person who cares a lot about his own dignity. The sapphire on the ring on his left hand doesn't look small, but its quality is actually very ordinary. Furthermore, it doesn't have any symbols or magic labels. His financial situation isn't as good as it appears. He's very vain, although he was very enthusiastic just now. The way he stood, the pointing of his feet, and the changes in the color of his emotions all indicate that he still has a lot of concerns and is rather wary. He sincerely praised my looks, but it doesn't seem like a man looking at a woman. There are traces of skincare products on his face, and his eyebrows must have been drawn. His skills aren't as good as my makeup maid, Sonia, but they're better than mine. The perfume he's wearing is Confusion, which I've only seen women use. He probably likes men, and he's playing the relatively weaker side. At the same time, Audrey skillfully expressed her yearning. Mr. Hamplister, I really want to have your powers of observation. As she spoke, she smiled faintly. Under Hamplister and Escalante's lead, she got to know the other 7 or 8 people in the activity room. Some of these dual enthusiasts of mysticism and psychology were descendants of declining nobles, some were university associate professors, and some were the children of rich people. For example, there was a young man whose father was the owner of the most famous department store in Bakeland, Phillips Department Store. For the rest of the conversation, Audrey only listened and did not speak. Even when she spoke, she would ask questions, fully expressing her curiosity and yearning. In this academic discussion, Escalante, Hamplister, and the others had deliberately mentioned the ether body and the body of heart and mind, as well as the spirit world and the collective subconscious. They had also given some relatively unique viewpoints, allowing Audrey to gradually figure out some of the questions that had accumulated over the years. When it was over and they walked out of the house, Audrey glanced at Escalante and asked innocently, Ms. Escalante, when can I be as excellent as Mr. Hamplister in the field of psychology? Escalante curled the corners of her mouth, turned her head slightly, and looked at her. Very soon. At night, Klein, who was about to get into bed, once again went above the gray fog. The somewhat sleepy Klein was immediately jolted awake by Miss Magician's news. The Aurora Order knows of the fool? You know my name? The true creator has locked onto me? Klein suddenly sat up straight, as though he was facing a formidable enemy. He quickly rejected the last guess. If the true creator had really locked onto him, Mr. A would have long come to collect the copper pennies in the gas meter. There might even be a saint. In other words, he only knows of the fool and the corresponding honorific name, and knows that the clues are in Bakeland. Who leaked the news? Klein frowned and thought carefully. Soon, he discovered a possibility. Recently, Little Sun chanted my honorific name, and it was when he interacted with the members of the expedition team who had been corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual, and there should be a symbol corresponding to the fool at the scene. There should be an ancient palace above the gray fog. Therefore, the true creator has sensed the existence of the fool and determined that I'm the one who previously blasphemed, harassed, and spied on him. Also, Little Sun used the all-black eye back then, and it contained the mental corruption of the true creator. Through this, he confirmed that my adorer or believer is in Bakeland. I can't bring the all-black eye out in the future. After roughly understanding the problem, Klein fell into another dilemma. Mr. A is offering a bounty to find the fool's believers in a relatively open Beyonder gathering that isn't considered too private. Is his brain really lacking, or is he deliberately fishing? The Aurora Order is full of paranoid lunatics. Their brains are almost broken, and there's no way to guess their true intentions. Chapter 410. Above the gray fog, the towering palace stood silently. Klein rapped his fingers rhythmically on the edge of the long bronze table as he focused on the countermeasures, he should take against the threat posed by the Aurora Order and Mr. A. In a situation where he couldn't figure out their true intentions, he instinctively had an idea. Report Mr. A. Report an illegal gathering. Klein could easily find out the location of Mr. A's gathering from Miss Magicians and secretly report it to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. An oracle of the Aurora Order would definitely attract enough attention. When the time came, Mr. A might not even be able to protect himself, much less track down the fool's believers. But the problem was that this would definitely implicate a group of innocent beyonders. Furthermore, Klein suspected that this was the reason why Mr. A had directly offered a bounty on the fool's believers. He might have already arranged an escape route. Once he was reported, he could clearly confirm that there were people from the fool at the previous gathering. As for who it was, it didn't matter. Mr. A and the lunatics from the Aurora Order would definitely do something that left no room for error. And as long as a beyonder fell into their hands, most people would no longer be able to hide their secret. The Aurora Order, or rather, the shepherd pathway represented by the true Creator, was best at corrupting others. When a beyonder's worldview was completely distorted, and they began to believe in the true Creator from the bottom of their hearts, what else could be kept a secret? It's not that there's no other way, but it's best not to report it. Klein leaned back in his chair, reined in his chaotic thoughts, and reorganized the entire matter. As he thought, he suddenly realized a problem. There were no believers or blessed of the fool in this world. Even the tarot only had a few members, and no one had revealed the corresponding situation to the outside world. That is to say, the Aurora Order won't be able to find any corresponding clues. There's nothing to worry about. The only bad outcome is that the fool will be marked by the true Creator. It doesn't feel good to be constantly targeted by an evil god, but it basically won't affect anything else. Klein nodded in thought. He had thought it through very clearly. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had once used the title of the fool written in ancient Hermes as the password for his anonymous account. However, with the sacrificial and bestowment ritual being proven to be effective, this account had been abandoned for a long time and had long been forgotten. This could be inferred from the fact that no one had been noticed by Klein for copying passwords in the past month and a half. As such, the bank employees who had come into contact with passwords but clearly didn't understand mysticism wouldn't reveal this matter to anyone. As for the beyonders, they would at most ask in Rouen. Even if they found the right person, the other party wouldn't be able to link the contents of the Rouen text to the ancient Hermes password. If anyone were to copy it, I would know immediately and be able to respond effectively. Besides, even if someone were to discover the problem with the password, it would be difficult to trace it back to Sherlock Moriarty. I've always used certain methods. Miss Justice is also very careful when saving money. Amidst the tapping sounds, Klein relaxed and chuckled. Do you think that the fool has many blessed and believers, so there must be many clues that can't be erased? Wrong, very wrong. There's only one believer and blessed of the fool. That's me. Having said that, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. This doesn't seem to be something to be proud of. I have to be more careful in the near future. I shouldn't use the banner of the fool. Klein reminded himself and responded to Miss Magicians's prayer. He adjusted his posture and said in a low and gentle voice, "Don't mind it. Don't mind it." Furs received an answer that surprised her, but also made sense. In Mr. Fool's eyes, the Aurora Order was just a bunch of ants. Furs recited the honorific name again and asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, which existence does the Aurora Order believe in?" Then she saw Mr. Fool sitting on a high-backed chair in the middle of the gray fog. He said in a leisurely manner, "True Creator." The true Creator. Furz's eyes widened as she instantly understood why Mr. A was suddenly seeking the fool's believers. With the help of tarot, the Sun Youth from the City of Silver had successfully exposed the abnormality of the expedition team and thwarted the true Creator's plans. Behind this matter is the struggle between Mr. Fool and the true creator. Furs didn't dare to ask further as she quickly recounted her encounter with the members of the House of Abraham. She also mentioned Lawrence's will, the strange notebook, and the beyonder characteristic he left behind. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do?" she asked without much confidence. "What should I do? Miss Magician's luck isn't bad. Why haven't I encountered such a good thing?" Klein chuckled in response. "Do it according to the truest thoughts in your heart." He wasn't worried at all that Dorian Gray of the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association would harm Miss Magicians, because he knew that her bracelet still had 2 stones that could teleport her to the spirit world twice. "The truest thoughts in my heart?" Furs lowered her head in thought and said, "I understand. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool." She decided to buy a ticket for the steam locomotive tomorrow. With such transportation, it would only take a little more than an hour to travel from Bakeland to Pritz Harbor. It might even take less than that. After reporting everything, Furs requested to hold a sacrificial and bestowment ritual and received a positive response. Hence, she used £600 in exchange for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. Picking up the fist-shaped object that was made up of iron black, dark red, and silver, Furs was both delighted and sighed as she looked at the beautiful spirituality luster. "Zio has long gathered the supplementary ingredients, and she'll soon advance to sequence 8. As for me, I still don't know when I'll become a trickmaster. I hope that Mr. the Hanging Man and the others can help me find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible." Zio had been subconsciously acting as an arbiter, so she didn't have to worry about her digestion of the Sequence 9 potion. But what should she do after becoming a sheriff? Should I request Mr. Fool to pay a certain price in exchange for the teaching of the acting method? Or should I directly suggest that she join the police? At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein looked at the thick stack of cash in front of him and carefully counted it a few times. "This way, I'll have £1,230. I'm just short of £300 to gather the money needed for a Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Of course, £1,500 is only the lowest price. The actual transactions are often much more expensive than that. Where else can I get money in the near future? I'll sell a portion of the shares the moment the bicycle patent is granted." Right, I almost forgot about the uniqueness of the tarot. The werewolf Beyonder characteristic can't be sold in Bakeland for the time being to prevent the high sequence Beyonders from Rose School from discovering it. However, I can sell it elsewhere. I'll get the world to appear at the next gathering and entrust Mr. the Hanging Man to sell this item on the Sonia C. I'll get a corresponding commission as payment. After deducting all the expenses, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic can give me at least £1,000. It's more than enough for a Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Klein quickly came up with an idea, and his heart calmed down. He found it a pity that Miss Zio didn't seem to have much money. After becoming a sheriff, even if she could quickly digest the potion, it would take her a long time to buy the corresponding Beyonder characteristic of an interrogator. And if Miss Magicians were to be fancied by the House of Abraham, he wouldn't be able to sell the subsequent astrologer potion formula. What a pity! Klein sighed and returned to the real world. Wednesday morning. Klein didn't lose sleep because of the true creator's thoughts and the Aurora Order's investigation. He slept all the way until dawn and happily went out to buy a Desi pie for breakfast. And there was no doubt that Desi pie needed to be paired with sweet iced tea. As he enjoyed the delicacy and flipped through the newspapers, he saw an advertisement from the Ernst firm and learned that there would be a Beyonder gathering tomorrow night organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. This time, I can seek to purchase the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. However, there's a high chance that there won't be any there. Even if there is, it would only be supplementary ingredients like deep-sea Naga's hair. Klein seriously considered which channels he could use to gather the ingredient. He spread out his left hand and counted silently with his fingers. The interior of the tarot includes Little Sun, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Miss Justice's respective channels, Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Gathering, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick, but try not to contact them in the near future. And, right, Vampire Emlyn White. Didn't he say that I can write letters to consult some powerful sanguine? This is what it means to have connections. With this in mind, Klein immediately decided to go to the Harvest Church to wait for Emlyn White. Although it was impossible for the Aurora Order to track him down, it still gave him a sense of urgency. It made him want to gather the Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Once he digested the potion, he would quickly advance to sequence 6. 10 in the morning, south of the bridge, Rose Street. Dressed in a double-breasted frock coat, Klein took off his half-top hat and slowly walked into the rather small Harvest Church. At a glance, he saw the giant-like Father Yutravsky and the brown-robed Emlyn White. The latter was wiping the candlesticks, looking numb as though his heart had already died. What a coincidence! Wait, he can't be staying here all day, right? Only returning home at night? Klein randomly found a seat and sat down. There were no more than 5 believers in the entire church. Emlyn White also saw him. He put down the rag, walked over, and sat beside him. The vampire's expression instantly turned lively. He raised his chin slightly and chuckled. Chapter 4:11. In the Harvest Church. Klein turned his head to glance at Emlyn White. Without destroying the peaceful atmosphere, he deliberately suppressed his voice and chuckled. Are you short of money? As soon as he said this, he felt as if he was asking if the other party knew about Amway. Emlyn was first taken aback before he scoffed. Don't use money to insult the noble blood breeds. Klein immediately snorted and looked at the tall and burly Father Yutravsky in front of him. As far as I know, those exquisitely crafted dolls aren't cheap. They can even be considered expensive, especially those that are as tall as humans. Emlyn opened his mouth in an attempt to retort, but he ultimately failed. After a moment of silence, he coughed twice and pretended to be nonchalant. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? I am not a vampire who likes to guess riddles. Klein didn't look at the vampire beside him as he smiled and said to himself, I have a friend who's about to advance and needs to gather the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. I wonder if you can help? Are you doubting the abilities of a vampire? Even if I didn't, I could have written to ask the nobler excellencies. That's what I want. Klein immediately replied, That's right. 1,000-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland, 100 milliliters of its blood, the human skin shadow characteristic, and 5 strands of hair from the deep-sea naga. As long as you can get any one of these, I will pay you. It will depend on the price. The cheaper the price, the more you will get. He had purposely reported a larger portion of the supplementary materials to avoid losses. Upon hearing this description that didn't stutter at all, Emlyn White immediately felt like he had fallen into the other party's language trap. He calmed himself down and said, The reward for the extraordinary materials is at least £100, and the supplementary materials are at least £10. Although I don't know what level the things you want are, I believe that they are definitely not cheap or common. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for help. Very smart. Klein smiled. Deal. In that instant, Emlyn White deeply suspected that the remuneration he asked for was too little. So, he added another sentence. Detective, do you have any clues on how to remove the hypnosis? Seeing that Father Yutravsky was focused on praying in front of the altar, Klein turned his head and glanced at the vampire. I have the simplest solution. What? Emlyn White's eyes lit up. Defeat Bishop Yutravsky and snatch his mental terror candle. Klein chuckled. After you meet up with your parents, you should have enough strength. Do you think that 3 vampires can't defeat a Dawn Knight? The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched as his expression crumbled. I lost. I can't beat him. My father and mother were almost captured as well. That mental terror candle was extremely evil, so you've already tried. Your entire family almost converted to Mother Earth. 3 Sanguine couldn't even defeat Father Yutravsky? With the help of the mental terror candle and the blood collector, Father Yutravsky is that terrifying? Or were vampires too weak? However, all the rumors say that vampires are rather powerful, Klein said thoughtfully. Then you can write a letter to seek help from the nobler excellencies. Then you can write a letter to the nobler sirs for help. There should be no lack of experts in the blood race. Emlyn White replied with a numb expression. They rejected it. Suddenly, he looked at Klein with hope in his eyes. Can you defeat Father Yutravsky? Or should I say, can your friend defeat him? After obtaining the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle, as well as digesting quite a number of potions, I originally believed that I could defeat Father Yutravsky in my spirit-body state, but your description makes me unsure. Is the mental terror candle really that evil? This sealed artifact is obviously very good at restraining spirit bodies. Klein shook his head rationally. No. He quickly changed the topic. Why would the noble excellencies of the Sanguine reject your request? To them, this should be a simple favor. Emlyn White's expression turned cold like ashes. They said that Father Yutravsky is a blessed of Earth Mother, and they don't wish to directly clash with him. They are researching other ways to dispel the psychological cue, such as going deep into the Sonia Sea, Fog Sea, and Berserk Sea to find the dragons that have lived in seclusion for a long time. With a smile that was uglier than crying, he added, by the time they finish their research and find a dragon in the mind domain, perhaps I'll already be a loyal believer of Earth Mother. I'm beginning to feel that life is more and more precious, and that the harvest is a delightful one. A blessed of Earth Mother? Father Yutravsky is a blessed of Earth Mother? It's no wonder he has so many mystical items. From the looks of it, as a powerful pirate, it's not that simple for him to suddenly believe in Earth Mother. Klein first sighed before he felt a lingering fear. He had almost agreed to Emlyn White's request and attempted to defeat Father Yutravsky. If I had lost, I might have been locked in a basement and forcibly detained. If I had won, I would have offended another deity. No, I wouldn't have been able to win at all. A blessed of Earth Mother definitely has a corresponding trump card. If it wasn't for Father Yutravsky suppressing his split personality, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Klein wisely didn't delve deeper into the topic. He looked straight at Father Yutravsky's figure and said, you can try to find an organization called Psychological Alchemy. Otherwise, you can only wait for our Tarot's Miss Justice to become a psychiatrist. When that happens, perhaps you won't be able to bear to break away from your faith in Earth Mother. Klein silently added. To him, it would be best if Emlyn White could join Psychological Alchemy. This way, if Miss Justice were to encounter any problems in the organization, he would have other resources to help her. He wouldn't have to constantly summon his trinity of the Fool, Blessed, and Believer. Psychological Alchemy? I've never heard of it. Emlyn shook his head in disdain. It must be a secret organization that recently appeared. This organization has been around for a century or two, at the very least. Klein denied his statement. To the Sanguine with long lifespans, a century or two is equivalent to having just appeared. Those noble excellencies might sleep for 100 years, Emlyn White said proudly. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he turned his gaze forward and cleared his throat. Do you know how to contact that organization? Klein originally wanted to answer that there was a doctor named Daxter Guderian in the Tingen City's mental asylum who was a member of Psychological Alchemy, but he swallowed the words back down his throat. Having been targeted by the true creator, it's best that I don't get involved with the people and matters in Tingen. There's a certain risk of exposure, and once I'm exposed, with the madness of the Aurora Order, they definitely won't let Banson and Melissa off. Klein shook his head slightly. I've only heard of this organization. You can write a letter and ask the other Sanguine. Emlyn White was disappointed and didn't mention the matter again. He turned his head to look at Klein and chuckled. I'm guessing that friend of yours who's about to advance is you. Klein looked ahead indifferently and replied leisurely, "Congratulations, you got it right." Emlyn White was stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. Emlyn White was stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. "Mr. White, actually, the most suitable occupation for you isn't an apothecary, but an actor. Mr. White, actually, the most suitable profession for you is not a pharmacist but an actor. Mr. White, I'm a profound and noble sanguine. I don't rely on my looks to make a living." Emlyn was first taken aback before he arrogantly raised his head and said, "I'm a profound and noble sanguine. I won't rely on my looks to make a living." Klein slowly got up and smiled. "No, what I mean is that you have a talent for comedy." Just as Emlyn White's expression froze, he squeezed his way to the corridor and said, "That's right. Don't forget the commission." Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street. Furs Wall had taken the steam locomotive early in the morning to arrive at the kingdom's largest and most important port. She had booked a return ticket for the inland waterway. It was relatively cheaper. As she breathed in the smell of the sea in the air, Furs saw many dockworkers in a hurry. During the peak season, there would be a surge of temporary workers at the port in order to obtain relatively good pay. Many of the poor who lived in Baekeland's East Borough would head southeast in groups, walking the distance of more than 60 kilometers by foot. This was the same as them participating in the harvesting of hop. The road is much wider than Baekeland's streets, and the air quality isn't bad, but it's a lot dirtier. Furs looked around and found the Fishermen's Association in an old building. Without any twists and turns, she easily met Dorian Gray in an office. This gentleman was of medium build, but he had exaggerated arms. His hair was combed rather neatly, completely different from the bird's nest-like hairstyles of most people in the association. This should also be an Abraham. Furs briefly explained the reason for her visit and handed Lawrence's suicide note, strange notebook, and diamond-like beyonder characteristic to him. Dorian received the items with a complicated expression and opened the suicide note first. After reading it carefully, he raised his head and looked sincerely at Furs with his blue eyes. "I commend you for your kindness and trustworthiness, Ms. Wall. I will always remember the help you provided to Alisa and Lawrence. Can you accept my thanks? I would like to treat you to lunch." "No problem." Furs was just worrying about how to spend the time before the ship set sail. Dorian immediately arranged for her to wait in the lounge beside her and provided her with black tea, snacks, newspapers, and magazines. After returning to the office, the gentleman opened a hidden cabinet with some doubts and took out an item.